Hi, what's up, Twitch chat? Just waiting on, hey, there's YouTube. What is up, everybody? So we were able to get into a guild last night, and it looks like I wasn't magically removed. Let's collect our guild tokens there. Let's do our donations. And perfect. Yeah. So we got into the Quantum Entangle Guild yesterday. We are rank number 4 right now. Real-time rank is 5. We're kind of bouncing between 4 and 5 right now. But we've got some good stuff going on there. Hey, what's up, Nemanja? Yeah, my internet was actually down until like just a couple of minutes ago. So it took me a couple of seconds to get everything set up once the internet came up so that I could actually go live. It was fairly disappointing. But it happens to my internet here a lot. Okay, so the weekly. That's right, Charles. That's right. It's always somebody else's or something else's fault. We've already established this. But let's take a look. So our weeklies are done here. So we've got some new milestones coming in. Let's see, we got those done yesterday. We've got the new field boss yesterday. Now we're doing sleepless ones. I actually need this Minezarok. Minezarok has 2 of the blue pieces that I want. My legs and my boots. So, very excited to unlock this later today. But our weekly is all done. So let's take a look at our weekly missions. So these are all the missions that we completed last week. We didn't quite get all of them done. We didn't get all the dimensional contracts. And we didn't get all of the arena stuff done. But we did get a bunch of this other stuff. And so we get to choose here. We can choose any of these epics that are available here. Or we can choose to get 22 of these trait unlock stones. Now these trait unlock stones... these trait unlock stones are really useful, and so this is going to be something we're going to be taking a lot of in the future. But for now, I think we just want to worry about taking an epic here. We're probably going to take this heroic blade because Charles cheated, though. Charles disappeared for a week so that he couldn't be responsible for everything. And I didn't even get to blame him because he was gone. Charles is a big cheater. He didn't take his time as the scapegoat. But we're going to take this heroic blade because honestly, the heroic blade, I would prefer to have the Cornelius blade. But it's going to be significantly more difficult to upgrade the Cornelius blade than it is going to be to upgrade the heroic blade. So honestly, I think I'm just going to do the heroic blade because it gets the collision chance just like the Cornelius, and then it gets max health instead of perception or wisdom or whatever the stat that the Cornelius blade adds. So we are going to we're going to do this heroic blade because it's just easier to go ahead and do it that way, and we want to get our purple as tiered up as we possibly can. So now we snag our epic there, and now we have a whole new set of weekly missions. I'm pretty sure they're just the same every week. We've got to complete resistance contracts. We've got to acquire dynamic event performance rewards. We've got to do these portals and globes, and then we got to do our dimensional contracts and do our guild stuff and do all that. So, hey, what's up, Warhawk? How are you today? So let's take a look at what some of this stuff... Ooh, looks like maybe I've got some stuff waiting for me. Heyo. Got an extra 100 there. Very nice. Very, very nice. Rid of this. Hey, we're up to 100. Wait, why did we get trait unlock stones? So we didn't pick the trait unlock stones, but apparently we got 10 anyway. So that's interesting. And now we've got our new heroic blade, which heavy attack chance, I think is actually one of the really good traits. Let's go check in the auction house. It's going to take a second for that to load up. At least it's not as laggy as it was. And let's take a look here at what the heavy attack chance is going to look like. Because if this is really good, I might go ahead and just extract this. Because I'm not quite to the point where I'm using heavy attack chance plus 20, 275. And 84 of them have been purchased recently, so this is going fairly quickly. The lowest one is 275 right now, so we could probably put it up for 250, get our 250 for our 25. That might actually be worth it. Get ourselves a couple hundred more. I feel like that's probably worth it, right? Because the prices on this stuff will go down. I'm not ready to start actually using my purples yet, because I'm really far away from being able to trait those out. So they're really just not. Oh, we gotta get our dailies here. And I don't have enough to buy any of these trait stones, okay? We're gonna go over to the guild version here. Oh, we don't have any trait stones here either. My goodness. I need 9 trait stones. We're gonna go to the shop and we're gonna try and get them out of there. I should have enough. These bad boys. A little tip for those of you who use Discord. If you do have Discord and you're playing Throne and Liberty, there is a quest on Discord where you can get 100 these ornate coins for playing Discord open. You do have to go accept the quest in order to do that though. Okay, looks like we're not going to be able to open that quite yet. Let's claim some points on the battle pass. We still need just 2 more levels, which is going to give us 35 more trait unlock stones and some solent and our skin. But for some reason that's not working right now. So we're not going to be able to unlock that trait quite yet, but we'll take care of that in a little while. In the meantime, we're going to lock this so we don't accidentally break it. And then let's just go ahead and lock all of these because I want all of these traits, right? Melee evasion, really good. And eventually we're going to be putting that on the pair of pants that we get. And max health. I'm not going to use... Oh no, maybe I am going to use a greatsword. And this just wasn't selling very well. So I decided not to go ahead and trade it. But the thing I wanted to show you all yesterday, and I wasn't able to, and I can now because I've actually gotten a few, is I farmed up last night, and I got these Allied Resistance Forces contract scrolls for Pure Light Tower. So this is super cool, and this is a great way to farm if you're out of all of your tokens, right? If you've done all of your dungeons, if you've used up all of your Abyssal contract tokens, and if you've done all that and you still want to play, and there's no events or anything going on, you can't go do any of these events, then you have the ability here to use these to go and farm regular enemies. And so the way you'll do that is you'll go take a look at your regular enemies over here. I've been doing mine in Shattered Temple, but these regular enemies have drops. Let's go to the Galu Knight. And this is something I didn't notice for a really long time, because you actually have to scroll all the way down. It's the last thing on here. But they'll drop these contract scrolls. And what these give you is they give you the contracts like you get at the contract manager, where you soldiers and destroy Galyu totems. But check this out, we have the ability to refresh this 99 times. So we get the same rewards we normally would. But we have a lot more refreshes. So it's going to give us 75,000 Solent. If we refreshed it 99 times, it would cost us about 57,000 Solent. So we're definitely never going to lose Solent on these. But we can refresh this as many times as it takes until we get one of these that's going to have this purple pouch over here. And so we're just going to guaranteed get a purple pouch on every single one of these. We just keep refreshing, doesn't matter how long it takes. Unless we hit 99 of these and we don't get a purple pouch, then we're going to be making profit here. No matter what, we're always going to make at least about 20,000 Solent. Even if we have to refresh 100 times or 99 times to get this. There we go. We got our purple pouch. It only took us 35 refreshes, so we're actually going to make even more Solent. And now we just need to go kill contaminated Mitrins. 16 of them. And we're going to get ourselves our little purple pouch. So we're going to accept that. So the other important thing that we want to look at here is that this does not fall under your regular resistance contracts. It falls under your contract scrolls, which is where like your dungeon contracts and stuff go. So, hey, Big Boy 458 with the follow over on Twitch. Thanks a lot. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. So it goes in the spot where these scrolls normally would go for your dungeons and for your Tadal's Tower. So, really, really important that you find a level 50 zone that you enjoy killing the enemies in. Also, these line up pretty well with these guild contracts, right? We've got, we want to kill demons here, seal the Dark Rift, get points in Requiem of Light, raid Shadow Crypt. So none of my guild contracts are here right now, but if you ever get one that tells you to kill undead or something like that, then you could go in here. If you get one that wants you to kill humanoids or something, then you could go over to orcs, then you could go over to Akito Valley. You've got Grey Claw Forest that you can farm in, right? So any of these three zones are kind of your end game zones. And so you can go and just farm this stuff up and do whatever you need to do to get those contracts for your guild contracts, and then use these to get more rewards. So we're going to go ahead and open up this next one because we're actually going to do these right now. So we didn't get, we're just going to go through here. We just click this. They're kind of a self-replicating thing too. I mean, they take a while to get. I only get maybe 1 an hour farming in the Shattered. Are those the zones that go into PvP mode at night? Or is this just, that's just the dungeon area? That's just the dungeon areas that go into PvP mode at night. Yeah, these modes don't go into PvP mode. It is possible that they could go into PvP mode if they had a world event that was a conflict world event. So you do have to look out for that. That happens every couple of hours. You have world events. And so if you're farming in a zone that has a conflict world event, then you would have a problem. But here we go. We've got our pouch. We're going to get, you know, our regular abyssal tokens, our red magic, our training points, all that stuff. But this one just wants us to defeat Galu soldiers and destroy Galu totems. So we're going to be able to do that. So we're going to accept that one. And then on top of that, because we haven't done our dailies yet today, we get to go over here to Pure Light Tower. And we get to go accept our 5 dailies on top of that. So we're actually going to have 7 contracts that we're clearing. at a time here. Now, farming these scrolls is not an efficient way to farm. You don't... Ooh, hey, nice. Some more contaminated mitrins there. Gonna get ourselves another purple pouch. Great. Then we hit refresh. Love the ones that make you gather. They are some of my favorites. Kill Galu Knights, investigate suspicious coffins, activate the old sensor. Okay, that one's really easy, so we want to take that one. We don't really care about that one. Don't want to do mitrens. I like to do the ones that involve going and killing the knights and stuff. I really like the Galu Knights because they have some gear that I kind of want. So, you know, we're kind of killing two birds with one stone there. And kill Galu soldiers. We already have to kill Galu soldiers and destroy totems. So, that's just a bonus right there. That's free. And then we'll hit refresh again and we'll just come back to an empty slate for the next one. So the first thing we do is we just need to go kill these contaminated mitrins. Because that's the only quest that we have over in this area. There's actually a good spot right over here where you can get like 4 of them all at one time. They form around this this wizard over here. So we'll just go over here, and I switched up all of my skills yesterday. You'll see I'm using a really weird skill setup because I didn't like having to go and hit the 1 and the 2 and stuff, so I'm using shift a lot. So my shift is no longer my morph. Now my morph is spacebar and my jump is alt. But it's just made it much easier to deal with. There we go. And then I set up a sort of farming weapon build. So instead of using the same build that I normally use to tank, I also set up a farming build so that I could do a little more damage out here. It's not great, you know, I'm still statted for targeting. Any tips for tanking in the game? Just created a tank. So tanking in this game is much more active, big boy. Hey, what's up, Get Wrecked? Got any video GeForce Now? I'm using it on my S8 tab that works so amazing. Got Bluetooth keyboard and everything. Of course, Get Wrecked. I'm glad that you're getting some use out of that. I love that service. Sorry, big boy. But yeah, so the big thing about tanking is that you just have to forego your DPS when you start. Right? DPS is a bonus. If you manage to throw some DPS out there, it's a lot like healing. If you focus on doing DPS when you heal, your team's gonna wipe. If you focus on trying to do TPS while you're tanking, then your team's gonna wipe. So your whole goal is to just get punched in the face as much as humanly possible, and to know the regular attacks of your enemy. So like when I tank in Deadly Abyss, you have that Reaper boss at the end, and the Reaper boss's regular attacks are all conal attacks. So because of that, you know, you want to do everything you can to make sure that your healer only has to heal you. And so if you have something with conal attacks like that, then it's important to position the boss in such a way that they can't attack through you to hit your enemy. So it's about being very aware of your positioning. It's about being aware of your allies' positioning, because people will go and stand right next to you. 100%. They will stand right next to you, and then they'll take a bunch of hits, and then they'll die, and then it will be your fault. Every single time they'll blame you. So just paying attention to where your allies are is probably one of the most important things you can do. And knowing I'm like stuck in this corner, I don't like this at all. Can I please just kill this dude? And yeah, you have to be the person who knows the most about the content that you're doing. The burden of knowledge for a tank is way higher than the burden of knowledge for a DPS, right? A DPS is primarily focused on how do I use my rotation in order to output the most DPS on the enemy. The focus of a tank is what is the enemy doing and how do I control and mitigate the enemy's attacks to best support my team. And so it's just a very, very different mindset because you're not nearly as focused on what's going on with your character. You're more focused on keeping your eyes up, watching the enemies, watching for ads, right? So sometimes I'll be fighting in this direction and I'll have my I'll have my camera turned the other way because maybe there's a roaming ad that has the potential to be coming in. So if that roaming ad has the potential to be coming in on us, then I want to be aware of that, and I want to be there to mitigate that, right? So I want to see that roaming ad come in, and I want to go pick it up before it attacks any of my enemies. Or not any of my allies. Of course, it's not going to attack my enemies. My enemies are all on a team. So there's a lot more awareness of the world around you that goes into being a tank than there is to being a DPS. Now that changes a little bit in PvP combat. As a DPS, you have to be much more aware in PvP combat of what's going on because, you know, you can't predict who somebody is going to attack in PvP because they're real players, not AIs. But that awareness is very important. And then obviously, I mean, you have to keep aggro, but that's tanking 101. Right? Keeping aggro is the thing that you do. So I'm just talking a little more about the extra stuff that you might want to do to try and make everything as convenient as possible for your team. Charles Gilbert says, I'm the type of tank where I have the if you pull it, you tank it mentality. Also, if I position mobs where I want them to face away from you and you move or you get hit by attacks, your fault. I agree with both of those sentiments. The problem is that what I think and what I believe isn't necessarily what everybody else believes. And unfortunately, you're at the mercy of your teammates for things like getting kicked from parties and stuff like that. So while I would love to be able to say, you're an idiot, you deserved it, you know, it is a team game, and you do have to do everything you can to try and complete that content together, because, you know, there's only so many people to play with, and you're going to run into people that are super annoying. Currently fishing in Guild Wars 2 new expansion. How is the Janthier expansion? Are you enjoying that? I never really got much into fishing in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, of course, big boy. Of course. We will do a little tanking later today, so definitely hang out, and maybe you'll get an idea. I try to kind of talk through what my... Whoops. I try to kind of talk through what my thought process is while I'm doing stuff, so people can get an understanding of kind of why I'm doing the things I'm doing and what exactly I'm trying to accomplish. And I'm certainly not the best tank in the entire world. I've been tanking for a long time. I've been a tank in every MMO I've ever played, starting from the very first one, which was Dark Age of Camelot a little over 20 years ago. But there are definitely people who just understand games better than I do. But I do my best, and I think I'm pretty good at tanking. It's definitely my favorite way to play. The other thing you're going to find about tanking is you're going to have a problem with solo content. You know, DPS is the solo trash mob content is just designed where you don't really need to be able to take a lot of hits to complete it. It's more of a quick DPS check, so you're just going to be slower farming than most other people. By the way, what's this I hear about this game having a major issue with being able to find tanks, healers for stuff? I guess there's specific dungeons that tanks want, while healers want different ones. Yeah, so I've been having, even I have that problem, trying to get into Death's Abyss sometimes, because all of this gear is tank gear. And so because all of this gear is tank gear, except for the one bow and this one glove right here, maybe some DPSs want those, but everything else is tank gear in here. So why would a DPS or a healer come do this content? They wouldn't. You know, then you have the Cursed Wasteland, where you've got almost all DPS gear. I have no need for any of this. The only reason I would come and do this content was if I wanted to get some of this stuff to sell on the auction house. But I have no actual need for this content at all. You know, why am I coming to the Temple of Slaughter to get daggers and crossbows? I don't need any of this, so I haven't done any of these. The only zone that I've done is Death's Abyss, because I don't need any of that other gear. Now later, right, when I've got fully traded gear, and, you know, I'm just looking for stuff to sell in the auction house, then I'll be going and looking at these different places, and I'll be saying, oh, okay, well, this has got, you know, a really good dagger. This dagger is selling really well right now, so maybe I'll go run that. But that's definitely not going to happen until I get all my traits, and I get all my purple gear, which is going to be a hot minute. So, yeah, there is definitely an issue with that. The best way to mitigate that issue is to have a guild. Because then you can just, or to have a static team. So it sounds like the devs need to do one of two things. Either one, increase loot variety, or two, get rid of the limit on dungeon runs. You aren't penalized for running. Yeah, so the thing you're going to have to do there is you're just going to have to get a static team. And you're just going to have to say, okay, I'm going to run this dungeon with you, and then you're going to run the other dungeon with me. Or, you know, have a guild where people are active a lot, and they're running all of the dungeons, and then maybe just not picking up loot, or sharing that loot. So, something you can do is if you have a static team is 6 people. And so technically, if 6 people come with me into the tank dungeon, then that's 6 runs in a single day in the tank dungeon. Right? Because that's 6 people with me. So if you get a static together and all of you run, you know, you run a DPS dungeon, a healer dungeon, and a tank dungeon as the 6 every day, and then share all of that gear, right? Or maybe do it every 2 days. So do one tank dungeon and 2 DPS dungeons, and then the next day do a healer dungeon and 2 DPS dungeons, because you have more DPSs, so you need more dungeons. And then if you get gear that somebody else needs, then you give it to them. Now you can't do direct trades, so you'd have to be in a guild, and then it would have to go into the guild bank, and then they would have to be able to claim it, but that's pretty easy to do. So you get a static from your guild, and then you do that, and then you just share. So then I'm doing, as a tank, I'm doing my 6 runs every 2 days, just by having people with me who are going to share their drops with me. The DPSs would get kind of screwed, because, you know, you're doing half as many dungeons for the DPSs as you're doing for the healer and the tank, because you have 4 DPSs and 1 tank and 1 healer. So it would be a little bit difficult for the DPSs, but, well, I don't care about DPS players, so I don't mind. The bigger issue is the fact that I'm going to go help this person. The bigger issue is the fact that look at him teleporting around all over the place. Look at it. As a DPS, I wouldn't mind because dungeons raids are my all-time favorite content in games. Yeah, and I don't think a lot of people would mind when you get a tight group together like that are all playing content together and stuff, and all sharing and all doing all that. Then it becomes pretty easy to get everybody built up. Even if you're doing fewer dungeons ultimately, you would just be have so many more chances so much more quickly to be getting the right kind of gear. And then if you get your tanks geared all the way up, you get your healer guild all the way up, then they just no longer even need to be running that content for themselves. So then they're just running it for you. And there's no tank in the world that has a good team of DPSs that's going to say, oh no, I don't want to get you geared up, even though you helped me get geared up. I mean, okay, there might be a tank in the world who's going to say that, but no decent tank is going to say that. Can you please do the thing? No? Okay. That's fine. So, yeah, I mean, getting a good group around yourself is just going to make everything easier. And, I mean, this game is designed to be a team game. You know, you're not necessarily supposed to play this game all by yourself. It is possible, but it is certainly not practical. Alright, let's go clear some side quest parts of this. Let's go aggro up all these bad boys. Owie. Wrong button. I'm still kind of getting used to this new button setup that I've got going on. I think I need one more contaminated coffin. Or suspicious coffin. Or whatever it is. That should be that there. We need to go get this old sensor. The other thing, big boy, that you're gonna find about tanking specifically in this game is the enemies do this fun thing. You see how they're surrounding me here? So that creates a problem for people using conal attacks because the enemies are always moving like that. So you see, in order to try and keep them all in front of myself, I have to keep moving. And that's not something you normally have to do as a tank. Normally when you're tanking, you run over there, you aggro everything, and then you stand very, very still and just beat the crap out of stuff while everything else gets nuked. In this game, you're going to have to be a little more active about it. You're going to be using your active blocks. You're going to be moving around. And so you'll notice yourself just kind of getting used to the movement patterns of the enemies, and then using that to get yourself going in the right directions and get yourself moved around so that the enemies don't surround you all the way. So A, that you don't get trapped, and B, so that you can hit all these conals. Because you just end up putting out a lot more damage and getting a lot more aggro that way. And, I mean, it could be really hard if I was playing with somebody else right now. Holding aggro on all of these enemies would be super important. And so if I was missing that conal shield slam, that's a huge part of my aggro. And so I could potentially be losing aggro on enemies if I'm not hitting that. Oh, I forgot to check a contaminated purification stone, but I know where that is. So I'll go hit that real quick. Alright, so I'm all done with Galu soldiers here. So I think I'm done with everything in the shattered area. I like the visuals on the attacks. They are flashy like Final Fantasy XIV, but not as big / blinding. They seem to have found a good balance. So that's true for tank class. That is not true for everything else. The first couple of days that I was playing in here, especially doing the world bosses, I had everybody's visuals turned on. And surprisingly, the game ran really well, even with everybody's visuals. But I had everybody's visuals on. And it was super blinding. And so I finally turned off everybody else's visuals, but especially the mages have super flashy attacks. And I think that's just because mage players tend to enjoy that a lot more. You know, that's kind of part of playing a mage, is getting to do the big fireballs and the big explosions and the big flashy lightning moves, and that's just kind of the play style, you know? But I do like the visuals in this game. I think they've done an extremely good job. I have very much enjoyed, and I enjoy the fact that if I want to, more specifically if I'm not streaming while I'm playing, then I have the ability to turn all of those visuals on and go to a world boss and just watch the show, because it really is exciting to see, you know, 50 allies just nuking a boss. Honestly, kind of hilarious. My thunderbolts don't look like Thor just slammed the ground. There you go. That's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. I think that's a big part of why I play the tank, is because I'm not really excited about that flashy stuff. I mean, it's cool, but it's not. I don't need my character to be doing it. Okay. See, you need to stop stunning me so that I can just get this. Man, my internet's taking a dookie right now. Things are getting all grainy. I'm sorry about the quality here. But my internet is not having a good day. Something must have gone wrong last night. One of the lines got downed or something by something. Despite the fact that I live in like one of the rainiest parts of the freaking country, my internet provider hasn't learned how to deal with rain. So every time it rains, my internet takes a dump, which is super awesome. I love it. I love it. Alright, so the last thing I have to do here is go do this contaminated purification stone, and we are all the way done. Did I escape that enemy? I did. Let's teleport. Right back here. So it's actually super simple to get this contaminated stone. It's just out to my left over here. Let's go around and snag one of those real quick. I keep forgetting that I switched my jump to alt and my sprint to space. So I keep trying to jump and then turning off my sprint. Come on, where's my contaminated stone? Oh, it's over here somewhere. I thought it was down in the water. Oof. Internet is taking a huge dump right now. What's going on, dude? Visual quality on this is so bad. Okay, well, if we need to learn... Nope. We just come over here. We click this and it'll tell us where these things are. Hey, where's my little yellow indicators? Come on now. Okay. Well, it doesn't want to show us where the stuff is, but it kind of indicated back up this way. I don't remember this being a spot, but okay. Let's go see. We can't find it over here. By where the contaminated mitrans were. That's fine. Okay, our quality's kind of bounced back here. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Hey, pest control. That's an allied guild. The Beloved. Well, this is unfortunate. I think down there is where it wanted me to go, but that's kind of a different zone. I don't want to go down there because I don't think it'll be down there. Did they break it? Because I swear they used to be right over here, like in this river. Guess it's showing up here. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, and there's one. Okay, perfect. Let's just mark this. And then let's run towards that. Oh my goodness. I might be about to lose my internet again. I'm going to put you all on a black screen for just a second. Because it looks like it's going to kill my game here. In a quick game, we're going to... Oh. Okay, we're good. Probably going to do that again in just a second, though. Doesn't look like it's going very well. We're going to just try and power through, though. My preview for my stream looks much better than what I'm actually seeing on my screen. So maybe it's clearing it up. I'm not really sure. But it's pretty grainy over here on my side, but we're just going to power through. And hopefully, everything will work out. I certainly don't want to stop playing. That doesn't seem like fun. Don't you go over there and attack my purification stone, you big nerd. Okay, I'm like locked down in something here. Oh. Okay, we activated the contaminated purification stone. But something went wrong. Maybe it got destroyed. It's not working anymore. So let's go over to this one. See what happens here. There we go. That one worked. We got 3 pouches there. That's great. That's way more than we normally get because we got to add those two special ones. We're just gonna teleport back up here so I don't have to run around because it's free, so why not? Teleporting into cities seems to always be free, and teleporting into places out in the world is what costs. So if you're trying to get back to the city, there's really no point in running. Force Washer's Shattered Temple device, Mana device in the Shattered Temple, absolutely, that one's super easy. Let's see, silversmithing tools, also super easy. Oh no, this is for black boars. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Looks like these greens. Nope. Less material. Okay, let's do this one. We could use some extra materials. Why not? Refresh again. Unmarked coffin or weapon crafter. Gatherables, absolutely. Super easy. Nope. Nope. Well, we could do that one. That one's easy enough to clear that it's not that big of a deal. No, no. No. Sure, we'll do that one. Perfect. So we didn't get any more pouches, which is unfortunate. But let's go ahead and use these up so we don't forget. And let's... that. I just like to go through and get rid of all my little red notifications. I don't like them. And I got a worm. Let's open up our 3 pouches here. Since we're not going to get any more, let's see what we get. Ooh. Hey, 2 epics. That's what's up. Plus a bunch of scrolls. Ooh, those were really good. Those were really good. Okay. I see you, game. I see you. What do we got here? Heroic Mitts of Resistance. Hit chance, weaken chance. And then melee evasion. Hey, that's a good one. Let's check out what this trait says here.
The guardian of the forest lives up to their reputation
As far as what it costs.
strength, so don't try to fight them on your own.
Hey, what's up, Gooch? Yeah, I'm really enjoying this game, Gooch. I didn't think I was going to enjoy it as much as I am because there was kind of a lot of negativity surrounding it. And so I was going to give it a pass. Oh, that's too bad. Probably going to hang on to these then because that's not really worth it for 119. Let's go check. Yeah, no, that's definitely not worth it. Yeah, so I was going to give it a pass, and then I just kind of fell out of love with Once Human's new PvP scenario, so I decided to give that game a break. And this was the new hotness, so I thought I'd give it a shot. And I am really enjoying it. Really enjoying it. Ranged endurance. When I search this game on Steam, it says the item is currently unavailable in your region. What the heck? Are there regions where this game doesn't exist? That seems awful. I hope that's not the case. Let's see if this hit chance on this wand. Stupid auction house, dude. Why are you so slow during the early day? I'm really sorry about that, Mr. Bean. Yeah, the negativity put me off a little too. I'm just a sucker for magic and stuff. It's remained to be, yeah. If you're thinking about it at all, and if you're a fan of fantasy MMOs, I say give it a shot. It's a really good game. I am thoroughly enjoying it.
If possible, try to avoid rainy days.
Thoroughly enjoying it. And I'm a huge sucker. This is normally the type of game I would play. Once Human was a pretty big deviation for me from my standard. Ooh, hit chance going for 195 here. Recent quantity sold doesn't say anything. Ah, there we go, 139. That's pretty good. 139 recently sold. 195, so we'll probably go ahead and extract this. Put it up for like 150 so it sells real quick. Maybe 175. That sounds like a better. We'll do 175. So we'll get that extraction. And then we'll go into the auction house here. We'll go into the auction house here. Go to the sell tab. Hit that right there. Lowest current available price. Wait, what? I just looked. It was just now 195. Right? What's going on in my life? Somebody's messing with me. Oh, I hate you, game. Somebody's messing with me.
The Guardian of the Forest lives up to their reputation in terms of strength, so don't try to fight them on your own.
Please stop being so laggy. This, right here, Gooch, is the thing I hate the most about this game. For some reason, godforsaken auction house, and it's midday, right? It's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon right now. So there's just no reason for this. During prime time, in the evening, it runs way better. So I just have no freaking clue what's going on right now. I don't know if they're, doing some back-end calculations on the auction house during this time of day or what. But it is a freaking nightmare. Let's see, we've got this co-op mission going on. Let's see, is anybody... Nope. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be doing the guild one in the guild. So let's go over to the Shattered. We got 5 minutes here until this starts. I really like this particular world event. Like a lot. And it's kind of going to help because we already have stuff to do over in this zone. Let's go see if we can find some stuff to harvest. Right, because I think I have the gatherable one over here. Although I might not. I could be losing my mind.
Sir, it's the Archeum Legion! They're here to awaken Osriel's apprentices in the Shattered Temple!
The Archeum Legion?
Spectres are unleashed. There's no telling how much damage they'll do. Go request aid from the Lightbringer Society. I shall recruit adventurers to help us. Adventurers! Archeum is trying to awaken highly dangerous specters in the temple. We need your help to stop them.
Maybe I don't have the gather one in this. Yeah, I do. There it is. Alright. A gigantic moonstone. Give it to me, baby. And then a regular moonstone. And then a star tree. Perfect. Ooh, we got a worm bait too. Isn't that exciting? I think it's exciting.
Sir, the Society's wizards are on the way!
Glad to hear it.
Hey, what's up, Mitch 0808? How are you today? Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel.
Now deploying Lightbringer
How are you enjoying Throne and Liberty? Or are you playing? There we go. Hey, we got a guildie. What's up, guildie? Bean Dover. What a clever name, guildie. You're so clever. Two more minutes until this gets started. So let's just go gather up some knights here. We'll bring them all back to this archer. Or archers. Let's bring this archer over here. Nice. Let me out. Just hit level 50 SnS wand, looking for someone to watch with the same playstyle. Nice. Nice. Well, I won't claim to be the best SnS wand player in the game, but I am having fun learning as I go here. I didn't watch any build guides or anything like that. This is a build of my own creation.
With the help of this many adventurers, we have a chance.
And I certainly don't know enough about the game to have totally optimized it, but I'm having quite a bit of fun.
Makes it easy.
The build that you're looking at right now for skills is specifically for solo open world content. So I've added quite a bit of DPS to it. Normally it's just a lot more tanky and a lot more focused on healing with my other build. But since we're out in the open world doing open world content right now, we're using this. How are you enjoying tanking so far? Have you had a chance to go do the Death's Abyss dungeon? Because let me tell you, you're in for a nightmare experience. That dungeon is rough.
Everyone! Grand Elder Asriel's 4 apprentices are sealed under the Soul Stone. Destroy the Soul Stone and awaken them.
Why is everybody beating on me?
Will be ours.
Archeum has deployed catapults in front of the Soul Stone.
Below the Soul Stone sleeps 4 of Azrael's former apprentices. They use dark magic to seal their souls and become specters. With the Soul Stone
Alright, now we're good.
destroyed, these vile
Now we're good.
spirits will escape. We must gather the light fragments quickly so we can use the guard tower.
Goal here is just to try and hit as many things as possible.
Defeat Galoo and
I need to gear up.
collect light
My gear score is 1800-ish, but just random stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of rocking random stuff myself right now. Because we're just not in a place yet where the good tank stuff seems to be available. We get Mines Rock on my server tomorrow. So I'm going to start farming up some of the blue pieces that Mines Rock drops. Because that particular set gives 18% or 18 damage reduction, not percent. Just a flat 18 damage reduction when you have 3 pieces. I already have the gloves. I'm going to be getting the boots and the pants. And then my helmet is pretty random, and my chest piece is pretty random. My accessories are super random. No, I'm not in the early access server, Mitch. I'm in... goodness. Immortality. There we go. I'm in the Immortality server on NA East. I did not pay for the early access. This is by far the best mission to be doing as a tank, though, because it requires much less running around, because all the enemies just kind of come to you. So it's much easier to tag a whole lot of enemies in this event, especially with this piercing smash with the shield dash, or shield smash. You can just get it out there and get a lot of hits. And it's very important to be able to do that in these. Because the more enemies you tag, the more points you get. There's honestly too many people at this particular mission spot. I'm going to go switch to one of the other ones. See if I can't get some more enemies. There's too many people there. Here we go. This will be better.
Everyone, you must work together to gather as many light fragments as you can.
Get some good defenses in there. Nice. Way better. I got stunned. I need more stun resistance for sure. I get stunned way too often. Stun is a collision effect, right? Because I've been trying to work on my collision resistance. Or is it a bind effect? Do I need to work on my bind resistance? I do a little PvPing. I'm not terribly good at it. But I am in a top 4 guild right now, or a top 5 guild right now. We bounce back and forth between rank 4 and 5. I just got in yesterday, so hopefully we'll be getting to do some large-scale guild PvP, which I think is where the Sword and Shield Wand really shines, because you have the ability to suck a lot of people in and mitigate a lot of like stuns and stuff like that. So, you know, there's plenty of crowd control and things going on. So hopefully I will be able to find a niche in there. It's just been a long time since I've really PvP'd in an MMO. You know, I played a little New World, and we had a guild in there on the Valhalla server. But we didn't end up getting to PvP a ton, because we weren't one of the better guilds. And we just kind of failed at playing New World. So I'm going to try and join a guild this time instead of running my own, because I'm honestly not the best at leading large groups of people like that. And hopefully we'll be able to get a little practice in and find ourselves a little niche. Can I just heal this person who's my ally? Ah, yeah, I can. There you go, buddy. Be healed. That's nice that I can just heal guildies anytime. They don't have to be in my party. That's really cool, because you can't do that normally to like regular people. Alright, let's go turn this in here. Let's go turn this in. Nice. We're up to 144 points. That's not bad. Normally we do a lot better than this. A lot more people have come out to this event than normal. So things are just dying super fast.
Everyone, you must work together to gather as many light fragments as you can.
Why are you telling us to do what we're already doing? Like, come on, dude. You can see that we're standing here doing the thing that you want us to do. Oh, hey, I got one of my little quests done. Nice. It's total chaos and mayhem here. If I didn't have everybody else turned off, like, you wouldn't even be able to see the screen right now. It'd be ridiculous. But I've got everybody else's effects turned off. Oh, I thought that person was dead. Nope, they are now. Oh, it looks like there's a whole bunch of guildies here all of a sudden. What's up, everybody? Hey, destroyed a catapult. Good for us. Guess I should turn in all these points I got here. Should turn in all these points I got here. Hey, we're up to 252 points. Good for us. I think I have to get over 300 in order to get the little statue that you can use to craft items.
Everyone, you must work together to gather as many light fragments as you can.
Having that person tell me to do the thing that I'm already doing over and over again almost makes me want to join the bad guy's side. Like, we get it. Gather light fragments. We're in the middle of doing exactly that. Stop telling me to do it. How annoying can you be? Oh, hey, nice. Thanks. Thanks, guildies. Now you can suddenly see all these extra effects on the screen because I'm in a group. Hey, nice, a rare parchment. Coming out here and doing these things where there's just massive numbers of enemies to kill is really good for farming, you know, parchments and stuff like that. Because there's always drops of that stuff around. Holy shnikes. So many people here too now all of a sudden. Crazy how many people came out to this event. We definitely haven't had this many normally. I think people are finally kind of starting to understand the gameplay loop. I think there was some confusion early on, and so people weren't participating in the events because they didn't think they were valuable, because they didn't have necessarily the rewards that they were looking for. There's a lot of rewards that you're looking for in this game that are progress towards getting gear. You don't necessarily directly get gear most of the time when you get rewards in this game, so you're making progress with tokens and statues and stuff like that that eventually allow you to purchase a piece of gear. Usually that purchase comes with some RNG. So it's time gated by, you know, you completing enough of the content. And then that content is time gated by only allowing you to do X amount per day. And then you get a little RNG element in there when you actually open up your chests or whatever it is that you buy with your tokens, that ultimately is just the RNG element of the game. So it's very difficult to get geared up in this game, especially with the high-end epic gear. And so it's important to recognize that if you're not spending money, you're going to be spending a lot of time in blue. Because blue gear is almost as good as purple gear, right? Purple gets one more tier to their traits, but that means you have to trade up a purple piece 4 times per trait to make it better than your blue gear. And the base damage and the base stats of that purple gear isn't that much higher than the base stats of your blue gear. So you're going to get, your set bonuses are a little better, your base stats are a little better, and when you ultimately get the entire thing traded, then your traits are better. But until you're all the way to that 4th tier of the traits, you're not really improving your gear by switching to purple. So make sure you find some blue gear that you're interested in getting, and you're going to spend a month or maybe more, depending on how much you play, in that blue gear. So take your time with it, trade it up, because once you trait an item all the way up, when you go to transfer it into your next tier of gear, it actually helps you by giving you blessings that make it easier to get your trait level ups on your purple gear. So you're actually going to be improving your ability to trait up your purple gear by maximizing your blue gear all the way. So you're not wasting resources, you're not hurting yourself, you're not slowing down your progression. There's no reason to skip the blue tier. You want to keep the blue tier going. So that way you can then use some blue tier items to tier up your purple gear, which is going to make it a lot cheaper to be able to do that. So don't try and skip your blues. Don't feel like, oh, well, I've only got blue gear, I'm not going to be effective. You're going to be just fine. You should absolutely wear blue gear. You should invest into that gear. And what that also means is that early on, especially if you're a free-to-play player, your best course of action is to sell all of your purples. So if you get a good trait on a purple, I mean, you could hang on to it and wait the month or so until you're going to get your purple gear and you're going to need to trait that purple gear. But those gears are going to lose value fairly quickly. So there's not a ton of need to hang on to them, because you're going to be able to rebuy them for cheaper than you sold them. So you're ultimately going to be making a profit there. So go ahead and sell. 3 players out of my hive just quit once human, and there's a few dozen people in faction chat saying they're quitting too. The devs just released an update announcement with downtime to add another loot crate with no fixes for any of the game issues. Wow. That's really unfortunate. They've been dropping like 2 or 3 loot crates a month for $300 to $600 per to get all this stuff. And that's fairly unacceptable. God, I like that game so much. Why are you doing this to me? I honestly don't even know what's going on right now. There's only a couple seconds left though, so... Hey, there we go. And honestly, at this point, once human devs have become worse than New World devs, I mean, I wouldn't go that far. but I am fairly disappointed. They did such a solid for the community by having no pay to win on a free-to-play game and allowing people
But we can at least save the souls
to just be able to support by buying cosmetics. And then they had to go
We'll help too.
and get crazy excessive with the cosmetics.
Now's our
So
chance.
that there's just thousands and thousands of dollars worth of cosmetics now.
Now, attack them with everything you have.
And that's so
Damn.
bad.
At them. Lisa and Chandler.
Hey, did I get a piece of gear? Nope, that's my worm.
Try next time we meet. Keep your guards up.
We did get some of these though. Nice.
But we'll be ready for them.
Plenty of parchments and stuff like that.
Yes, sir. We'll do our best to drive them back.
So these are the statues I was talking about. You use these to get these lithographs for all of the different heroic gear. The heroic armors. And these come from
There are many specters around the Soulstone. Be careful.
doing the world bosses. You always get one. And then if you do well in one of these world events, you also get one. So it takes like 40 of them to get one of these lithographs. So you want to be doing the world bosses and the world events as often as you can. Yeah, it just feels like a cash grab at this point and almost a scam game. If they release Way of Winter and there's bugs and stuff they don't fix before releasing a new loot crate, I'll probably quit. Myself especially if there's lag like there is in Prismverse. I don't even look to see what's in the loot crates. Buy Battle Pass, bought a 3 quid crate. That's enough for me. I actually prefer the game outfits to some of the wild outfits I've seen. Yeah, and I mean, I'm totally with you on that. Like, I understand you have to monetize your game, but you're doing it in the most predatory way you possibly can by having loot crates. And I understand that the parts of the team that make cosmetics
There are many specters
are
around the
different
Soulstone.
than the parts of the team
When treading near.
that make the game and that fix game issues. Right? There's no real overlap with that. So I understand that, you know, you're trying to monetize and you're trying to do that. How do you sell your items on the auction house? So there's a couple of different things that you can sell, or a couple of different ways you can sell in the auction house. Hang on, I need to go look in here. It's possible I'll use these, although probably not, but I definitely won't use these. This trait wasn't going to be worth anything. Or did I not check that trait? Maybe I didn't check that trait, I don't know. So the auction house, you can always sell... Oh my god.
There are many specters around the Soulstone. Be careful. When treading
Yes, you can pull the traits first, but don't necessarily do that. So we'll take a little peek-see here, and we'll kind of explain the possible options. So some items can be sold completely, right? This is a complete Cornelius animated edge, and it's selling for 3,000 Lucent because it has... Oh, it doesn't have a trait. That's interesting. Or maybe you won't see what the trait is until you buy it. So it gives you a random trait when you buy it, maybe. But this is a completed item that you can buy. And then you can also buy the traits. So this is a sword trait. Oh, no, sorry. This is just the whole list. These aren't. So when you click into these, you see all the different types of traits. So you can pull the trait,
specters around the Soulstone.
and if you're selling, for example, heavy attack chance, and that's the trait that you have, then pulling heavy attack chance and putting it on here for 400, or putting max health on here for 400, or putting hit chance on here for 320 is probably valuable. So you'll want to come in and look specifically. So you want to look specifically at the traits for the weapon, because you have to have a trait from specifically the weapon you're using in order to unlock new traits. So really hard to get weapons have really valuable traits. But if you get one of these other traits, right, critical hit chance, health regen, or humanoid damage bonus, then these are extremely unvaluable. So the trait stones that you would use to make these aren't nearly as valuable. And that's why when you get one of these other traits that you don't want, then you're going to want to turn your weapon into a lithograph. And when you turn your weapon into a lithograph, then you can sell the blueprint to craft the weapon to another player. And that's really valuable because when they craft it, they get a random trait and they get, the copy of the item. So I think it's just not enough, Charles. So people don't really use it. Primarily, they just want good healing and good mitigation. So you see all these lithographs sell for pretty expensive. And so if you're not going to be able to sell the trait very well, then you're going to want to turn the item into a lithograph and then sell the lithograph. Now, turning the item into the lithograph is very expensive. Hang on, I gotta collect some rewards here. If you look in, let's go to my inventory real quick. And let's look at the equipment that I just got. So I can extract the trait, or I can lithograph the item. And so in order to lithograph the item, you have to have the precious blank lithograph, armor lithograph. And then that gives me this ability to craft. So because I don't necessarily want this trait, well, actually that's not true. Melee evasion is pretty good. But if you don't necessarily want the trait, then doing that to sell it is a better option. But let's check. Let's go into crafting, and I'll show you why it's so expensive to make those. Because if we look at the precious blank lithograph for weapons, the expense here is that you need 10 of these rubrics, and you need 50 of these enchanted ink. So these precious rubrics are going for like 60 to 90. So you have to get 10 of them, so you're looking at spending 600 lucent in order to get these. And then the enchanted ink you buy from your ornate coins or using your weekly contract tokens. You can also buy them. Hey, we're done. And so they're fairly limited resources, so you can't just be turning everything into a lithograph to sell. Because you don't necessarily have an infinite amount of those items. But let's go in here. Let's open up. Let's get our Zenith sword. Ooh, we can select 2. Well, we're going to have to get the wand also. That's awesome. I didn't realize I was going to get both. How do I use these? Ooh, in the mirror boutique. Okay. Weapon appearance.
There are many specters around the Soul Stone. Be careful when treading near.
Can I just take these off at any point? I hope so. It looks like I can have them added to a bunch of different stuff. But that's fine. Nice. Now we look super dope. Booyah. Shiny swords. And then the last thing, so the last thing you can sell, sorry. When you turn stuff into lithographs, you can craft them. And when you craft an item, it has a chance to be a great success. If you craft a great success item, then you can sell that item in its entirety on the auction house. But only the great successes. The regular crafts you can't do that with. So it becomes a little difficult to get the good stuff to sell. Yo, everything is so laggy right now on this stupid bullshit. Bullshit. Okay. Well, whatever. In 24 minutes, we're going to do Cornelius here, which will be super fun. Yeah, a lot of the purples, it's going to depend. So your heroic purples probably aren't going to sell very well as lithographs. But their traits will sell pretty well because they can be sent into any item. I'm really surprised that this trait isn't selling more. Ranged endurance and melee evasion should be pretty valuable traits. It really shocks me that I can't get more out of those. Yeah, that's not worth it all. Let's look. Instead of extract, let's put that in. Let's search. Then we'll go to lithographs and search. Let's see if this lithograph is worth anything. Because I'll make a lithograph. I think I have all the resources I need to be able to buy everything for it. Oh no, I don't have enough lucent to buy them. Yeah, but for only 600, that's definitely not worth. Because if we wanted to buy materials... Okay, well we know it's not going to be enough, so I'm not even going to worry about it. Because the auction house is being way too slow right now. So we're going to lock these, and we're going to keep... especially the melee evasion, we're definitely going to want. Yeah. So there's no player trading, right? Just the auction house? That is correct, Gilbert. The only sort of player trading is within your guild. So you'll see you have the distribution rewards here. And the only time stuff goes into here is when you get loot from the world bosses. It goes into here. And then this stuff can all be traded among the guild. But that's really the only person-to-person trading that can go on, which is really unfortunate because it makes it really difficult to work as a team to try and help each other out, because you don't want to risk listing something for super low and then your teammate not being the one who purchases it. So honestly, they need to do something to allow. Just took a look at the weapon. I'm torn between 3 staff, bow, and wand. Looking forward to sinking my teeth into this now. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And trading and making your build and stuff like that is really entertaining. Whoops. Wrong button. But let's go back to doing our little farm over here until it's time to go fight Cornelius. Or actually, we need to do our contracts. I forgot about that. So activate the old sensor. Aw, dang, was gonna say you could make money selling your tank roll for those dungeons. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yes, I did just pin that guy to the wall, Gooch. Not only can you pin people to the wall, I can use that skill to knock people off of cliffs. So if you're on an edge, you can just dash into them like that, and you won't go off the cliff. It stops you. It doesn't allow you to jump off the cliff with the skill, but it will launch other people off the cliff, which is freaking hilarious. And if they don't break out their flying summon, if they don't morph into their flying form, then they'll take fall damage when they hit the ground. And it's great. The combat in this game is so good. I know there's a lot of BDO players who play this game because it's fairly similar to BDO, and the combat in BDO is like this super active, super player skill based, like crazy combat. And so the BDO players don't really like the combat for this game, and so they trashed it pretty hard. But I am really enjoying the combat in this game because I'm old and I can't hit the buttons that fast anyway. So these people are already waiting for Azrael? Holy cow, y'all. Y'all need to relax. Actually, I should probably kill Azrael, not... Yeah. I don't want any of this gear. Well, that's not true. I probably want this one. Actually, I definitely want this cloak. But yeah, if for example we were over here and I got somebody, you know, on this bridge, I could just knock them off this ledge, but I can use this skill and see it stops me on the edge. If there was somebody in front of me, it would just dump them right off. That's not what I wanted. I thought it was going to open up my map like it does in Once Human. I tried the full-on action combat, can't do it, too many skills, there's no way to hit the number buttons while also doing action combat, and I switched to the classic mode so I can click buttons. So that's why I changed. If you look at my action bar, all of my skills are like on Q, R, F, C, or one of my mouse buttons, and then I hold shift to hit the other ones. So I have, you know, like shift left click or shift right click, as well as like right click for two of my attack skills. And then I have shift F, that's shift F, that's shift Q, that's shift C, that's shift R. I've got shift middle click. I've got shift right click. I've got shift back click on my mouse. So everything is within reach. I don't ever have to move my finger off of my E key to hit any of my buttons. Yeah, I don't have like a big MMO mouse. I have a mouse with 2 extra buttons on the thumb, and that's enough for me. But yeah, I mean, I remember playing the old school MMOs, and for the longest time, this is the first time in a game that I've ever remapped my keys and used shift as a way to access more of my skills. Because, I mean, you couldn't even do it if you were playing like WoW or something, because you have like 3 skill bars that go all the way across 1 through 10. This game limits you to just 10 skills, so it's actually possible to map all the keys. But in a lot of those old MMOs, you've got, you know, 16, 17 skills that you've got to go through in your rotation. So there's just no way. You'd never be able to do it. But I finally got a mapping down, and I practiced a little bit with it yesterday, and I'm not perfect. But it's at least usable. And I'll get better at it. But that's definitely how those people who are just wicked good at PvP, that's definitely how they do it, because I've tried to do some PvP stuff, and I've just been getting dumpstered, because I'm like hunting, pecking on my number keys, trying to figure out while I'm moving around, and, you know, all the kinds of crap like that, and I just can't. My fingers don't move that fast. I gotta take my hand off my mouse, or take my hand off my movement keys, or whatever, and that's just not conducive to PvP. So, yeah, I've moved over to doing it this way, and we'll see how that works. Yeah, that's what I used to do too, was use that classic. So this has that classic mode, where you can go in and you like have a cursor, and you hold right click, and you can move, and you still have your strafes, but then you have a cursor so you can be moving around and like hitting the buttons down here. But I don't like that, because I like to be able to, you know, like move my mouse orientation and stuff. And if you have to hold right click to do that, then you're running into the same problem where you don't have your cursor on the screen. So you're always giving up something. Honestly, I should just use a controller. A controller would be way better. If I could figure out a way to set it up where I didn't use the mouse to move at all, then I would map it where I could use the numpad keys for skills and WSD to move. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Maybe one of those crazy mice. They've got those new, like, hand-shaped keyboards where you put your fingers in, and then you've got a joystick on your thumb, and then you've got like 5 keys per finger where you just press down or lift up or pull towards you to hit all the different keys. Maybe using one of those, but I don't know if I'd ever be able to do that. I don't think I could teach my fingers to run that way. Okay, we're all out of contracts for the day. Got our 300 contract tokens, so we actually need to go back to the city here. See about buying some of our daily stuff. Definitely too many skills for a controller. I could maybe see doing New World. So, the reason I think a controller works really well is you have so many trigger keys, right? Like the PS5 controller, whatever, has 2 triggers on each side or 3 triggers on each side. So you could just map everything to one of those triggers plus one of the 4 ABCD keys, or triangle, square, X, whatever, circle. So you just hold, and then you have 6 times 4. You have 24 hotkeys that way, which is more than enough. Then you just have to memorize which trigger goes with which skill. And, you know, you can set it up like, you know, one of your triggers can be your heals, one of your triggers can be a whole bunch of different stuff. And I think it would actually work really, really well. Is there a function in the Steam controller input that lets you map most things? I've never looked at it, but my son says it's useful. I've never used a controller. I'm almost exclusively keyboard and mouse on the PC. I just got used to it growing up, and so I've never... Here's those enchanted inks, so you can only buy 50 of these a week, and it costs a total of 500 contract coins to do it. That's definitely something you want to be doing. I should have bought mine last week, and I didn't, because I'm an idiot. But I do get a free Precious Blessing pouch. Let's open that bad boy up. We've had some pretty good luck today. The Another contract. That's nice. Use up these. How close am I getting? We're getting pretty close there. Yeah, I mean, honestly, for MMOs. Oh, and now you just get these star crystals. That's cool. So from now on for the battle pass, I'll just get 10 star crystals every time I complete one of these. And then I'll be able to maybe buy some more of these SnS things, which will be great. I'll really enjoy that. I'm very happy about that. I like that they're giving you something after you hit level 50 for all of the stuff that you're going to continue to do. Very, very good. We need to buy our daily eggs and our daily wheat and our daily honey, just in case we ever decide to do some cooking. Oh, and then we've got our weekly scrolls. Okay. So these are for the Tadal's Tower, which is fun. And these are for the dungeons. So you're going to get 6 of each of the 4 dungeons every week, which means you get 24 of these scrolls weekly, automatically. So we'll go in and we'll open those up. It's not a pick and choose, it's not an either or. You get all of the scrolls. Bammo. Now I have 6 more of each of these. So I'm up to, let's see, 45 and 8 is 53. 54 and 31 is 85. So I'll be able to use all of these. Will give me enough to buy 2 pieces of gear. Because every time you beat one of these, you get, and this is another one of those token things that you slowly build up. So you get an abyss currency every time you complete one of these down in one of the open world dungeons. So you always want to be completing these. Like I've got 8 now for the Shadowed Crypt, which is the one that's open right now. And I've got 8,000 coins up here. So I probably need to go do some Shadowed Crypt today. But you get 40 of these, and then you can spend 40 of these at the crafter merchants over here. And these are all just kind of pity systems, right? Because you can pick up these these epics that I'm going to show you. You can pick them up in the dungeons. But if you don't get them, then you get these abyss currencies, and so you're guaranteed after X amount of time, you're going to get one of these. And so you could do, right, I could be down here in the shadows, the Shadow Crypt, and I could do all of my contracts there and get all of my abyss coins from the Shadow Crypt, and then I could use those abyss coins to like buy one of these tyrant boxes and get this crossbow. So you don't have to get the coins specifically from the dungeon you're buying for. So it's this fun little pity, buy, choose system. And these are choice crates, I think. No, I don't think they are, actually. List of items can... Oh, no, it says can't select one item. Yeah, so these are selection chests. So you'll get to choose what you pull out of here. Of course, there's no sword and shield, or even anything remotely useful for a sword and shield. So that's cool. Whatever. So tons of pity systems in this game, tons of ways to sort of get more gear and improve your character. We've got 9 minutes until 5 minutes until the boss is going to come up. Okay, well I'm going to get teleported back over there, and then I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, fill up my water bottle, and then we're going to do Azrael again, because I really want that cloak. I think that cloak will be really good for my build. And let's see what the guildies are talking about here. Anyone start a party yet? No, on my way. Okay. Maybe I can get into a guild party. Oh, nice. That's my guild leader, is Darkest. So it looks like a bunch of guildies are coming. So hopefully, and this is something you all need to do as a guild as well, is try and get your guildies to go into these dungeons together and don't go into the main portal that everybody else is going into. Go into a different portal so that you can guarantee that someone in your guild gets the drops, because then it just goes into this guild bank here. And so if you get a drop that you don't need or that you don't want to sell, then you can let it sit in this guild bank, and then somebody else in your guild will have the ability to go ahead and get it. And so that's a really good way to share things among the guild and just guarantee lots of drops. And then you want to split up too. Don't take 50 people into one of these open world bosses. Take 50 people to one, or take, 20 people to one, 10 people to another one, depending on how easy the boss is. Try and organize into teams and take as many portals as you possibly can all to yourselves and get as many rewards from as many different places as you can, because that's going to be the fastest way to gear up. I'm pretty sure at least one purple drops every time the boss is killed. So if only your guild members are in that portal, then only your guild members are going to get that. So you can get, 4 or 5 purples across all of the different guild bosses if you do it that way. But I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I don't know why we went into the most populated portal. That's a terrible idea. I mean, I guess we went in with our allies, but we definitely should have been trying to go into a different portal. But whatever. We're gonna zoom out. When we do the bosses, I like to zoom out a little bit. Well, all the way. So I can see the mechanics better. Azrael's not terribly difficult. I don't recall having a hard time with him last time. Let's see, what are we looking at here? Gear score is 2325. Feeling pretty good about that. Once we get our boots and our legs from the boss that comes out tomorrow, that'll be really good. I'll be really happy about that. Be really, really happy about that. I need to spend this 94 Lucent that I have on gearing something up. This is almost done. I need to buy another max health for this. And then finish off this helm. Finish off this. Well, I don't want this, so I won't finish off this. Unless I just can't find a better one. Gotta finish off all my freaking accessories. Gosh, I've got so much work to do on this character still. My goodness. My goodness. I'm gonna get to 2600 gear score before I have any purples. Hopefully. Does anybody know what is the highest gear score in the game right now? If you had max trade all purple, what would you be at? I need to make my character more recognizable so that I can see myself better. I need to get some drip. What do we got? Oh, that's right, the shop's broken right now. Draclaw has joined the party. That's annoying. Oh, I forgot to go send my Amatoys out on a mission too. Whoops. Yo, here we go. Oh, whoops. I'm on my DPS build, not on my tank build. Oh well. It'll be fine. Get away. Oh, no, we have to run away from this, that's right. Oof. Almost died there. almost did it dumb. Because this boss is fairly simple though, and their mechanics are pretty simple, I really just want to come in here with just the guild and try and guarantee some loot drops. Because I bet you we could do this with 15 people. I mean, he's just dying so quick right now. And I mean, I'm keeping myself alive, and sure, he's not directly targeting me right now, but I'm able to heal myself by myself. Oh. Apparently I didn't get far enough away. Thank God somebody's there to keep him from resetting. I guess I have to get behind or further or something. Get behind a wall or something like I did last time. That was strange. Whole raid group got wiped though, that's hilarious. Except for like one person who was actually smart. That's funny. But there is at least 30. Yeah, there are a ton of people in here. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna die again. Ooh, I survived. Who's the man? Able to survive anything over here. Yeah, that only took us 5 minutes with like 30 plus people here. So if you had a quarter of that, the expectation would be that it would take 20 minutes, and you get an hour. You get 50 minutes to beat it. So, I mean, you know, you try and bring 15 people in, and but we got 3 blues out of that. We didn't get the purple drop out of, you know, the 10 or 12 people that we had from our guild there. And that's just unfortunate. You want to get the purple drop. But whatever. When I get to 50, it's going to be easy. The game does not get easy at 50, Nemanja. I don't know what you're talking about. Game gets hard at 50. Alright, what do we got here? We got one of those. That's nice. We're halfway. Wasn't I trying to sell this? I was trying to sell that. every game is easy. Maybe for you. Maybe you're just one of those lucky, talented folks who just shits on all the video games. I am not that. Lowest current available is 110. Why are these so cheap now all of a sudden? That's right, that's why I didn't sell it. Whatever. Put one down to 109. That's fine. I'll take 100. That doesn't bother me at all. I will take that. Absolutely. Alright, so we need to do some co-op dungeons. And we really just need to do the Death's Abyss. This Plate of the Field General is pretty valuable, I think. It's 2-piece melee heavy attack chance 150. All of the greatsword users use 2 pieces of this, I think. And right now, the helmet, the boots, and the chest piece are available. And having stun chance, I'm sure people use this chest piece. But let's see. You can get boots, movement, speed, strength. So that's probably a popular one. Perception, stun chance, max health. Actually, gosh, I don't know which pieces they use. Dex, speed, perception, strength, dex. They probably don't use the leggings. But anyway, that's probably pretty valuable. This sword's pretty valuable. You know, all of these pieces are probably decently valuable for tanking. Honestly, maybe I don't even want to do this one, because I'm not going to use any of this. So maybe I need to find a different boss to do. If I do that, then I have to learn the mechanics, which means I have to watch a video. Because you can't go into a tanking situation not knowing what you're doing. As much as I would like to. Let's see, melee heavy attack, 95 for 6 seconds upon applying stun. People definitely use this. On Valiant Brawl hit, has a 42% chance to apply weaken provoke for 3 seconds. Yeah, now they use this one for sure. There's tons of greatsword users too, because Cannon uses greatsword. Belt of Endless Slaughter is good. Okay, well maybe that's the one we'll be doing from now on. Butcher's Canyon. None of the rest of this stuff really has any value, but that's fine. Mana cooldown speed, that's actually not terrible. Okay, well I'll learn how to do that at some point. In the meantime, we have lots of time. Oh, gotta go check on the Amatoys. We've got lots of time to go do the crypt, because it just turned daytime. So we're gonna go clear our 8 things down in the crypt, 8 contracts. Claim my rewards here. We're up to level 9. Go to the Moonlit Desert. Do another 8-hour. Nice. We should have gotten a little chest from that. Like a little baggie. But I don't see it. Guess we didn't get it. Bummer. Let me out. Just trying to get the Amatoys up to level 11. So that we can try and get that fishing rod. Just for grins. Not that I'll likely really ever use it. Let's get zoomed in a little here. That's better. Why did I come over here? Came over here to check something. Ah, to drop stuff off, that's right. Want to drop off all my foodstuffs. Because I don't want to be carrying it around down in the dungeon. So let's get rid of... all the foodstuffs. Perfect. Don't forget, it is cheaper to unlock. Hang on. Oh, they went to the contested Malachar. I'm not sure why they're doing that. Okay, so let's go over to the crypt. Let's get this done. What comes next? Just want to make sure that I'm ready. Okay, so we have a whole hour. Awesome. Then we have all peaceful events. And then another hour. Oh my goodness. Today's going to be a boring day. And then we get 2 more bosses at the end here. We'll probably do Malachar here. And then... Talus, maybe? This Talus staff is best in slot for the mages right now. So we might go ahead and do Talus. Just to get it so we can sell it. Make a lithograph of it or something and sell it. Okay. So let's take a peek-see at what we can get for these. I should have, let's make sure. Yeah, I only have 1, so I can use 4 at a time. So I only have to go through 2 sets. And Dark Wizards, Dark Assassins statue is a really easy one. So what we're looking at mostly is these secondary rewards here. Because you're always going to get the Abyss currency, you're always going to get the pouch. So when you refresh, you're looking here. So this one's going to give me 10 armor stones, which is pretty good. But it does mean I have to get a Berserk Dark Enforcer. But that's okay. He sort of just randomly spawns. And we've got plenty of time to be down in there. We've got 9,000 tokens. So we'll take that one. And then, so this one wants to give us the rubrics, which is definitely what we want. Enforcers, Assassins, interact with the Flame Brazier. That's easy. So we're going to accept that one. Abyssal Specters. So those are the other bosses in there. But again, it wants to give us 10 of these armor stones. So I'm pretty okay with that. And let's see, Dark Wizards, we're already interacting with the Flame Braziers. Yeah, we'll take this one. We can get some accessory stones, that's fine. But if you're specifically looking for a certain kind of stone or anything like that, might be a good idea. I might not join a party here. What I might go ahead and do is just go tag things. Like we were saying yesterday, when you just tag stuff, you don't end up using up your tokens because you don't drop loot. but you can still do your contracts. So I don't really mind not being in a group here. Because I don't mind not wasting my tokens. It was nice of the guilty to try and invite me, but why are your teammates just standing there, dude? Okay, we need to get pushed a little deeper in here. See if we can't find some people doing the stuffs. I'm gonna farm. The new zone comes out pretty soon, and I'm gonna farm the shiznit out of that. So okay, well, none of these people are going any deeper. Let's just go run in there, see what's going on. Oh, is there just nobody in the crypt right now? Here you go, yo. I'll go ahead and finish that enemy off for me, will you? Open that back up. There's a big old group over there. Nice. Let's go get involved here. There we go. Nice. Well done, everyone. Push this last guy over there. This is why it's so much fun to be a tank. Just move everything around. Get it all stacked together. Stand in the big middle of it and get shot. Or get beat up. Accidentally targeted on somebody else, that sucks. You guys going down over here now? Yeah, I'm just gonna piggyback this group. finish up my quest this way. Owie. Really? Is that really what you wanted to do? Oh, there we go. There's a big group. And they're only going to fight 2 enemies? I am confused. These dudes are not organized. Hey, nice. Completed a quest. Now it looks like I just need enforcers and shamans, or enforcers and assassins. And then I can complete that quest. Something's missing. Nope. Did I defeat big berserker thing already? Crazy. So just 2 abyssal shamans and some enforcers and assassins. Is that a bunch of guildies down there? Or is it a bunch of guildies upstairs? Ah, it's a bunch of guildies upstairs. Let's go help them out. What are you all up to? Good fun. Wow, they're all spread out. I gotta bring that in tighter. Hey, completed my quest. Let's get some more. What do we got here? Berserk Dark Enforcer. I don't really want to do that one again. And I don't really need accessory stones, I don't think. Armor stones for Dark Shaman and Wizards? Absolutely. Weapon stones for... Well, I almost can't pass up those weapon stones, though. Yeah, we'll take them. And since we already have Berserk Dark Enforcer, we might as well accept it again. No, I messed up. Oh, okay, 10 armor stones instead, that's fine. Whee! Where did the guildies go? I did not have enough stam to do that. Whoopsie. There we go. Get our bracer again. But if you look, I've only lost 100 of my tokens doing this so far, which is extremely valuable if I don't want to use my tokens in here, so I can still get these pouches early without having to worry. At least we get another copy of this. We're already wearing this, I believe. Right now we've got skill damage boost. This weaken chance is actually really good because we use weaken curse to do some damage over time. So that might have value to us. Other than that, we didn't really get anything of value, but I want to check this. I play in a pretty unoptimized way. I like to look at the auction house and stuff like that every time I get an item that I might enjoy. So you know, I don't get things done necessarily as quickly as other people might, but I just very much enjoy going through my gear, and you know, every time you pick something up, it's just fun to take a look at it. We're going to go ahead and unlock this weaken chance, even though it's not one of the higher tier or more sought after traits here. Let's take a look at what traits are available. Is there not a button to look at the available traits? Ah, here we go, traits info tab. So we've got skill damage boost, that's great. We've got weaken chance. I don't really use this, but buff duration might be nice. So that's probably what we'll get next on this one, is buff duration. Yeah, I think I like that one. Just trying really hard not to hit these before my guild group here does, because I want them to get the rewards, because they're obviously down here farming. I can just use them as a way to clear these quests without having to waste my limited resource that I don't necessarily want to use right now. Because I assume there will be some pretty good rewards. I honestly haven't looked, though, to see what comes out of the Sanctum of Desire, which is the next one to open for us, and it opens in just a few days, probably. Let's see. I think it's this one. Yes. So we've got whatever happens today, then we've got Cost of Immortality, and then we've got this one. A few more days, and then we'll be able to get into Sanctum of Desire, which should mean we'll be right about 20,000 tokens when that happens. And that's exactly where we want to be. And I'm not trying to get crazy in here at all. Just run around hitting a couple of enemies. Here we go, this guild group is doing a big pull again. Well, semi-big pull, I guess. I'll let them hit this enforcer. Or is this enforcer mine already? Whatever. Slam everything into that wall there. Heal up some more. Fun day. A little sad that I wasted some more of my points, though. I'm having a really hard time finding big pulls to go tag. Like, everything is so disjointed in here. Gonna turn around on this guy. Slam that one into that one. Oh, the people who pulled these aren't gonna fight him? Okay. That's fine, I guess. So disjointed in here. Nobody's really working as a team. Trying to get things clumped up or anything. Honestly, a little crazy. There we go. Here's a little clump. I don't know if they just don't have tanks or like what's going on. Nobody's got push-pull skills. So confusing. Well, that didn't work. But if you're a solo and you don't have a group, this is definitely the best way to go about trying to do this. You just come down in here, tag big groups of enemies, help people fight. I mean, nobody's going to turn down free DPS or free tanking. It's not like you're hurting them in any way. Okay, we'll push that one totally in the wrong direction. That's fine too. Pretty sure I've already tagged these. Let's see. 8 more wizards. 2 more Abyssal Specters. 7 more Enforcers and Assassins. Okay, I like that. I keep accidentally healing this dog leg person because they're in my alliance, so I can just heal them anytime I want. I don't have to be in their party, which is really cool, and I didn't realize that was a thing until today. Okay, well, let's go back upstairs and see if we can't find a bigger group doing a bigger pull. Oh, somebody cleared this already. That's too bad. Having a pretty hard time finding people with nice big pulls. Maybe if I go a little deeper down in some of those side tunnel areas, I'll be able to find a group that's just running the entire little area. I don't think up here is the direction I want to go, but let's see. See if we can't suck this shaman over for him. There we go. Just running through the dungeon doing good deeds. This is not where I was trying to get to. Trying to get down, there's like some big circular rooms down in the bottom floor. But let's get that. This is what I used to do in the original Guild Wars, though, was I would just go chest running in like the Fissure of Woe and stuff. And so I would just get a bunch of enemies to attack me, and then I'm so tanky that it doesn't even matter. So I just kind of go running amok through the enemies, picking up whatever I need to or feel like picking up. Whoops, forgot that my ult is my jump. Heal it up. No big deal. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. There's a not insignificant amount of this zone that I haven't actually explored, despite the fact that I've been down here quite a bit. These folks seem like they're doing something. Let's follow them around a little. Nice. Let them go do another pull and then suck all these things together. Hey, we completed a quest. Now we just need the Dark Enforcer and 2 Abyssal Specters. And I think we're done. I am immortal. You can't kill me even though I don't block. Just stand here literally all day. These enemies can't do squat. And it's kind of hilarious. Suck this shaman in over here. Oh, he got hooked up. Get over here. Ooh, nice, an Abyssal Spectre. Alright, you guys go tag some more enemies and then I'll come tank them for you. Shaman and this Enforcer over here. Smack them up. There we go. I don't want to be in your group. Don't want to waste my points. Just want to tag everything. Really? Why didn't that wizard come over here? That's fine. I'll just push that to that. I still need a Berserk Dark Enforcer and an Abyssal Spectre. And then I'm good to go. Can you keep pulling all the... Sorry, I missed that for a while. Can you keep pulling all the mobs they are leaving so you can group them? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to do, Gooch, is just let them hit mobs and then try and help them group those mobs together, because I don't think they have a sword shield tank. So I'm trying to just like do my best to get everything all grouped up. It's possible that you said this a really long time ago when I was still down in that other room. In which case it would have been impossible because I only have so many skills to help group things. And they're on pretty high cooldowns. So, you know, you only get about 2 tries at getting things grouped up before you run out of skills. I've got 1 push and 1 pull. I could have a third or a second push if I used one of my other skills, but it's just like a single target push. I don't think it can be made to hit more than 1 enemy. Trying to die here, though. Trying to die here. But yeah, that's kind of just my goal, is just run around and do good deeds, help people group things, and get my quests done in the process. Actually, now that I only need bosses, I'll probably stop doing that. And I'll probably just fly around until I see the boss symbol. And then go help kill the boss. Try and get my bosses done that way. Because I need a Berserk Dark Enforcer and an Abyssal Spectre. And they show up on the mini-map with the little boss icon. Okay, not sure why it took so long for it to allow me. Transform there. But I'll just go through this big room on the bottom level, and then I'll come up to the top level. And then I'll go back into this main room back here. See if anybody's got one in here. And it doesn't look like they do. So then we just make the circuit again. We should have plenty of time until the events happen. So we're not too worried about missing an event or anything. You can see the boss symbol from pretty far away, so I don't really have to go to every inch of this area. I probably should just stop using the ones that take Abyssal Spectres and stuff. I assume that that's the best chance that you have of getting the rare loot drops, like the epics and stuff. But since I'm not even using my points to get loot drops, there's not really any point in me taking those. And they just kind of make things take longer. Oop, there's a boss. My Berserk Dark Enforcer. Nice. Oh. Well, I didn't tag this earlier, but it still shows as if it's mine. That's interesting. Got my precious pouch. Cool. I now have way more of these currencies, 27. And I think I have one more contract that I can use. Yep, one more contract. Let's not get Berserk Dark Enforcer or the other one again. Let's try and get a super easy one. Yeah, that'll be fun. Some shamans, some enforcers. There's lots of enforcers. We'll just go back to helping these fools. you can also pretty much interrupt every skill in this game with this block. So you can kind of pull out big moves, I think, in PvP with a little bit of a feint, because it doesn't matter what skill I'm using. Even my really long cast time, this skill right here, I can just come out of it with a block, and then it doesn't put it on cooldown, so I can just use it again and block, and use it again and block. So combat in this game is very fluid. I really like it. And I think that that was a great design choice. Just to try and make the game as flowy as possible. Oop, they got an Abyssal Spectre. I need that. Yeah. Cool. Now we just need some more Enforcers and some more Shamans and we're good to go. That wasn't as hard as I thought it might be. These guys are doing a pretty good job down here clearing stuff, so... it's going pretty decent. Oof. Somebody's over there killing stuff hecka fast. Don't kill the shaman without me. Just need Enforcers now. Something went wonky there. Oops, somebody's got some Enforcers chasing them. Looks like they might just be leaving though. What do we need? 6 more Enforcers? Ooh, there's a whole lot of them over here. Somebody help me kill these. I won't even hit them. I'll just drag them over here so y'all can hit them. Come on, y'all. Don't you want this pack of Enforcers? No, are they not able to get control of them? Oh, I tried. I'm sorry. I tried. Just one more enforcer. This one just needs to die right here. Oh, I'm accidentally healing somebody else, not myself. Again. That just keeps on happening. Okay. Did I get the enforcer? No, I just have to interact with the watch statue? Nice. Good deal. We're all done. I should have 5 more of these things to open. Unassigned? Why do I have an unassigned contract? Ah, darn it. Well, we'll leave that one unassigned for now. I'll come back for it some other time. Think I'm all done running around in here. That was a good time. Let's open up some pouches. Come on, baby. You suck. Debuff duration, I think that's what I already have. Max health. That's a good one. We're getting really close to having enough of these coins, only 11 more, until we can go ahead and open up one of those selection chests. I already have everything on here, so if I extract this trait and sell it, what am I looking at? Hey, now the thing's working really well. Wow. Looking at basically nothing. So, ooh, nice. Select that. We have 179 of these. So we're definitely going to get one of our gears going here. Track the debuff duration trait. Is that worth anything? Debuff duration is worth 46. That's pretty close to where I like to keep them. I like to get about 10 per extraction stone. So that's pretty close. I think we'll go ahead and do that because prices are starting to fall anyway. So we just kind of have to be open to the fact that we're not necessarily always going to get what we want. So we found some stuff for the codex. That's cool. And don't know why it keeps trying to tell me to go to the battle pass. We're going to sell our cloak here. Lowest current price is 40, so we'll take ours down to 39. Nope, not 1,039. Sell that. That's fine. We have guild stuff going on. Distribution history. Oh, nice. 2 people got epics for the bosses. I didn't miss a boss, did I? I don't think so. No. No, I'm not getting a boss for a while. Good for them. So the next thing we want to do is we want to get another one of our pieces in a good spot. We need to get our max health for our chest. We're not doing these yet. Melee defense, melee endurance. This is a good piece right here, so I probably want to go ahead and just upgrade this one. Got skill damage boost and weaken chance. What was the other one that I was going to use out of this? Oops, wrong piece. There's a button in here somewhere. Here we go. Skill damage boost, weaken chance. Was it buff duration that I was going to use? Yeah, buff duration. Let's get a Guardian Torque with a buff duration. And what do we have for the lithograph? Oh yeah, I should definitely just dump these in here. That's a great idea. So, Guardian Torque. With buff duration. And then we don't want that anymore. We want to go to searches, rare, find trait, accessories. Let's see, we had weaken chance, right? Buff duration, there we go. We know for a fact we have that one. And we want to do it for accessories. And the Torque necklace. It is. We'll buy 2 more of these. And then we go back to our stuff here. Go to traits, get our torque. We unlock that bad boy. Nice, 4.5% increased buff durations. We need weaken chance and skill damage boost. So we'll go back to our auction house. Weaken chance and skill damage. Weaken chance. We get 2 of these. And skill damage boost. We can't get 2 of those. Those are very expensive. Holy cow. That's good though. They're definitely powerful. Primarily, we're going to want them for our healing. So we can get some extra heals in there. Alright. This upgraded a little. Nice. Now we're up to 2355. Slow and steady wins the race. We just keep on moving up here a little bit at a time. We have 45 minutes until this comes up. Might try to get a Death's Abyss in. Let's do it up. Let's try and get in a Death's Abyss here. Do some real tanking. Drop these in here for some extra DPS during the dungeon. I do love me some dungeon tanking. It is a lot of fun. I'm fairly slow and methodical when it comes to doing dungeons and stuff in video games. I think it comes from the early days of MMO. They just weren't nearly as easy to sprint through. The enemies were much more much more difficult. Like, just the regular enemies were a lot more difficult. Alright. While we wait for this, I guess the best thing to be doing if we're waiting, that's another thing, is the timer on these dungeons is kind of prohibitive. Because you don't want to, like, group up and go down into the crypt, for example. Because you just have to leave your crypt group at some random time. So you really want to be doing some solo content if you're going to be running these dungeons in a pug. There's not really a lot of good solo content for grinding stuff out. So you're going to end up going back to doing, like I was talking about earlier, where you just come in here and, you know, grind out these mobs in this area. Because they give you those contract scrolls. This person got a hold of these before me? No way. That's lies. So many people out here doing this. So annoying. Alright, let's try and drive this archer over here. And we'll suck up this archer over here. Nice. I guess I've never played football, but just based off of what I saw from the movie, The Replacements, because that's my entire basis for understanding the game of football. If pass blocking is just the art of moving people around, then tanking in this game is very much like pass blocking. Just be moving people around. Okay. You can stop with the stuns now. Yeah, this is pretty nice, honestly. 3 knights and an archer in a couple of different spots here. I'm definitely hitting my skills in the wrong order. I need to be doing my curse and then my... I have an attack skill, that one that does the straight line in front of me, that also increases my DPS for a short time. So I need to do curse and then that, and then my AoE attack. But I keep doing it in the wrong order. Alright, so let's see if we can get it right this time. Drop that. And then hit that. And then hit that. There we go. It didn't change our DPS by a whole lot. But it's good to be trying to get the most out of your skills. Should also be using my shout because it reduces their resistance. And that's important. The knight, archer. Get over here, buddy. Really? I messed it up again. Do that. Do that. Come over here. Do that. And then spin around. Push the archer into the knights. Come here, other knight. Whoops. Yeah, that goes much better. If I hit all the skills at the right time, in the right order. Definitely goes better. The importance of rotations. Honestly, that's one of my favorite things about tanking, though, is that normally you don't really have to worry too much about a rotation, because you're primarily trying to pull aggro. Come over here. Wrong button. Did not mean to transform there. I'm getting better at this rotation. Okay, what's taking way too long to get into this? Way too long. And I need to get some food. I'm a little hungry. Y'all give me a couple of minutes here. I'm gonna go make a little something. Once I get back to this semi-safe area over here. And we'll get back to it. We have the world event, which I really like this world event over here, so we'll be doing it. And then we have the boss. And then we have, I think, a break period of an hour. And then we have another boss. I'm gonna try and get into... Oh no, we have this, and then we have a break period. And then we have 2 bosses. My goodness. Why are there so many empty spaces today? Well, after we do this, then we'll try and get into some dungeons then, because this is a good period here. Because we'll have a good hour and a half, hour 45 minutes, where we don't have any bosses, or any events to do. And then we'll go do Malachar probably. Yeah, we'll do Malachar. And then here... Probably do Cornelius. Let's see. Sleep chance, mana efficiency, crit hit, sleep, mana regen, wisdom, hit chance, stun chance. Wish they split the events up and not all of them on the hour. I mean, if they did that though, I would feel like I was just never having an opportunity to break away and do something else. Like I'd be too afraid to miss out, you know? So I wouldn't be able to go in my inventory and root around in there. And I wouldn't be able to go mess around in the auction house. And I wouldn't, you know, I just wouldn't feel good about some of that stuff. But that could just be me. Why is Azrael's siphoning sword so expensive? Who's using... Are any of them getting sold? No. 0 sold. 1 sold. 1 sold. Good hit chance, heavy hit chance, mana regen. That's interesting.
The power of darkness is getting stronger.
It would definitely be better for casual players if they happened like every half hour, so that you could get more stuff in the time that you're online. Because this game is really punishing for casuals because of the way this is set up, because you need to do each one of these events, and each one of these events is, you know, spread out by so much time. Because it only takes, you know, this is only a 20-minute event. This only takes 5 minutes if you've got a good team. These are only 20-minute events, so everything that's on the board right now could be done in about an hour and a half. But instead it's going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours to complete. So, you know, I guess you have to look at casual players only play an hour and a half a day. But that's because they only have an hour and a half available a day. And they don't have that time available at weird times throughout the day. Right? They can't play 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, and get an hour and a half in. So it is really punishing for casual players. But for those of us who are a little more hardcore and who play a lot, you do the event and then you do 45 minutes of something else. And then you do the event and then you do 45 minutes of something else. And these big empty hours are actually really important for us because this is when I'm going to be able to get my dungeons and stuff in. And I don't have to worry about missing an event to get the dungeons. And it means that more of my day is filled up with stuff to do. So I can play, 8, 9, 10 hours a day. And not feel like I'm just running around like I could be killing these mobs over here in this area for, 8 of my hours a day. And then everything else is just jam-packed into an hour and a half. That would be a little meh for me. I think maybe the best way to solve that is to maybe create like the world events in Guild Wars are done by completing certain tasks to trigger the world events. So they can be done at any time, but even they have a schedule for their world bosses, and you can't fight the world bosses outside of that schedule. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a better way to do it that suits both sides well. But I gotta go get some food real quick. I'll be right back.
The power of darkness is getting stronger. Could it be the soul stone of Azrael's 4 disciples? The power of darkness is getting stronger. Could it be the soul stone of Azrael's 4 disciples? The power of darkness is getting stronger. Could it be the soul stone of Azrael's 4 disciples? The power of darkness is getting stronger. Could it be the soul stone of Azrael's 4 disciples? are many specters around the Soul Stone. Be careful when treading near.
Alright, we back. We back. Just gotta eat our food real quick.
There are many specters around the Soul Stone. Be careful when treading near.
People have such strange names. Strange names.
Is getting stronger. Could it be
What
the
is
Soul
Ugh
Stone of
Glory?
Azrael's 4 disciples?
For a soothe operator? So silly.
The power of darkness is getting stronger. Could it be the Soul Stone of Azrael's 4 disciples? The power of darkness is getting stronger. Could it be the Soul Stone of Azrael's 4 disciples?
Okay, we're all done with our food now. So let's go kill some more stuff. Because that's really all there is. Just kill stuff.
The
We got 20 minutes until that event is totally ready to start. Maybe, if we kill enough stuff, we'll get another scroll by then. That'd be great. Looks like there's people in here already. Too many to join in. Let's go find a different area. We got 2 archers and 2 knights here. It'll be pretty easy to lump up. Well, maybe. Get over here, Mr. Archer. I did it again. Almost down to where we only have to use 1 rotation. Kill these guys. I'm going to be really happy when we get to that point. Because that will make our farming so much faster. Gosh darn it, he got around to the other side of me. That group was much more difficult to kill, holy cow. They had the movement down. Sorry, just banged it. Banged it with my headset. Hey, nice. 3 knights. Archer's probably too far away. Nice. Somebody's gathering up all that stuff, so let's go over here. See what we got. We got 1, 2, 3. Oh, we got a bunch of knights right here. All right. Perfect. Please unstun me. Stuns are brutal. They come from everything, too. Nice. This is a good little spot right here. That was a whole lot of knights and not very many archers. Makes it much easier to get them clumped up. Need to find another pack of things to get right here and just bounce back and forth as they respawn. Let's see, 2 archers, 3 archers, 3 knights. Let's see if I can get this whole group up here. Okay, we got 2 of the archers. Go over to this one. Pushing back into those. Think we got him? We're killing too efficiently now. We needed to take more times to kill things so that things respawn. So many archers. I hate it. Having trouble hitting the buttons. Couldn't figure out why my skill wasn't going off. I wasn't even hitting the right button. Bang. Wow, it's taking a really long time for these guys to come back. I thought they respawn faster than that. What's going on over here? I don't like it. Oh. Fish method strikes again. Something me and my friend group say a lot is when you're having problems in a video game with things not like quite working out right, just complain about it and it'll fix itself. We call it the bitch method. Or if you're not getting loot drops, just complain. And then almost immediately you get exactly what you were looking for. Works 60% of the time, every time. Got people encroaching on my area over here. Like I came way out into the middle of nowhere so that I could have this area all to myself. Go away. I know this is an MMO, and I'm supposed to want to play with other people, but not when I'm doing this, you know what I mean? Time and a place. And it ain't right here, and it ain't right now. It'll be in about 10 minutes when the event starts. I'm really starting to enjoy this game. The more I play it, the more I'm starting to get a kick out of the combat and stuff. It feels a little bit stagnant sometimes, and you can kind of do that to yourself. If you just fight, for example, like one enemy at a time, yes, the combat in this game is extraordinarily boring. Or if if you're not pushing sort of the limits of what your character can do, then things can get pretty boring. But if you go get hectic with it, and maybe pull a bunch of extra stuff, or you know, try something new, or maybe make a build that's a little different than the build guide that you're following, or, you know, just try and make it interesting for yourself, I think you will find that the combat in this game has almost endless possibilities. And most of those possibilities are super fun. And this build is really starting to come together. As I've slowly worked into getting some extra DPS and stuff in here, instead of being just straight up a tank for my open world stuff. You know, the time to kill is dropping pretty substantially for these enemies, which is making farming a lot more efficient and a lot more fun. Because, you know, it's great to challenge yourself, but it's also not necessarily fun when every single fight is just this wet noodle slog where you're standing there and you're totally invincible. But, you know, the enemies might as well be invincible too, because of how little damage you do. That was starting to wear on me a little bit. Just not being able to kill things very quickly. I am fairly happy with the state of the build at this point. The DPS seems good. The AoE is good. The healing and the defenses are incredible. I mean, I'm pulling huge fights here. Sometimes. Not every fight is a huge fight, but some of the fights have been, you know, 8 or 9 enemies at a time. And they're barely even scratching me. Except when they stun me. Then I start taking a little more damage. You gotta start paying more attention to hitting those blocks. You can't hit every single block, there's just too many attacks. But if I would be a little more diligent about it, things would probably go a little bit easier. But Sword Shield Wand is just so much fun. Having so much control over the enemies, being able to move them where I want them to be, being able to group these rangers and stuff up so I don't have to fight them one at a time, like other classes would, is just great. I thoroughly enjoy it. Where's all my enemies at? There we go. Let me up. Go get some knights up here. Come here, buddy. Bammo. Hey, here we go. 3 knights all together. What's up, y'all? Let's see about these. Tuck that guy in. That fight went real good. Nice. I'm getting better at this. Getting much better at this. And it becomes more fun as you get better at it. As you can start making those bigger pulls, as you can start being a little crazy with it. the feeling of immortality is incredibly fun. Really? The way this game runs is just so good too.
They're here to awaken Osriel's apprentices in the Shattered Temple.
If those specters are
Like,
unleashed, there's no
so many people in a zone, so many people fighting, so much stuff happening,
from the Lightbringer Society.
and just no lag.
Adventurers to help us.
I don't know how they do it,
Archeum is trying to
but
awaken the
everybody
dangerous
who
specters
makes
in the temple.
an online video game needs to do whatever it is they do to make that happen. Gives me hope for really ambitious projects like Ashes of Creation. Hey, got another one of those contract scrolls. Very nice. These are absolutely, if you're out of all your tokens, this is what you're farming for right here. Is these Allied Resistance Forces contract scrolls. They drop in all the level 50 areas, and they give you another contract for that area, but it doesn't go into your normal contracts. And so you still get contract coins, you get plenty of Solent, but you can refresh these 99 times. So you basically guarantee that you're going to get one of the pouches by just hitting that refresh button. And you spend less Solent than you get in order to refresh those a bunch of times. So if you play a lot like I do, and you know, maybe you're saving up some of these resources, or you're totally out of some of these resources or something like that, then you know, come out to the area that you want to do your contracts in and just farm enemies, and they'll drop contracts. It's usually the last thing on their loot table, so go and check and make sure that they're going to drop what you want, and then just come farm these, and then you can get tons of, and these are the good blessing pouches too. Well, they have all the heroic stuff instead of just having the stuff from the dungeon that you're in, the open world dungeon. So now I've accepted that, and now I just have to go beat some Mitrans and examine the purified mana stones. But definitely, it's sort of the last thing you can do to farm. So if everything else is done, that's what you're spending your remaining time doing. If you want to sort of maximize, or if you've only got a couple of minutes, or you're queuing up for a dungeon, and you don't want to be in group content, because you're going to have to leave when your dungeon comes, or something like that. Doing Requiem. Is that the guild one? Is there going to be a guild one? No. Oh, okay. So it's the one I'm doing. We're just going to wait here for another minute for this to get started. And then we're going to mess these fools up.
Do you think we can stop the Archeum Legion?
With the help of this many adventurers, we have a chance.
I'm going to go turn on my fan while I wait for this to start real quick.
Light fragments we can get.
tried to cut out some of the lower decibels to try and kill the background noise from that, but y'all let me know if it's overpowering. I am more than happy to just turn it off and be hot. It's a loud fan. Which sometimes can be a blessing, because it means I don't have to deal with like outside noise and stuff. It kind of acts as a good white noise. But for streaming, it's not necessarily the best thing. Okay, having trouble clicking on enemies here. Mostly our goal is just to tag as much as we can. We are not the only sword and shield user here. I saw somebody else use the charge move. This piercing shield smash is really great for this because it goes so far. Darn. If you're a tank though, this is definitely the open world event you want to be doing. It is so easy to tag all these enemies because they just spawn literally on top of you. And you're not chasing them around, and so you're not getting beat to everything by ranged players, and just so nice. Just run around, tag everything. Really, if you're any kind of melee, don't just have to be a tank. I just always think of things in terms of what should a tank do because I play a tank and I've always played a tank and I'm always gonna play a tank. So
Everyone, you must work together to gather as many light fragments as you can.
you know what I just realized? I think I talk louder. I sort of whisper a lot of times, but I think when I've got the fan running, I talk louder because it affects how I can hear myself. I had never noticed that before, but it's definitely the reason I've been talking quieter for the last 2 days. Because it's been a little colder, so I just haven't had the fan on. And now all of a sudden I can hear myself speaking up. I can feel myself like projecting more when I'm talking to you all. That's funny. I have learned a lot of things about myself as I've started streaming, and about, you know, some of my little quirks and stuff like that I never really took the time to notice, because I'm so much more self-conscious of, you know, what I say, how I say it, my general demeanor and stuff, because, you know, that affects directly how well I'm going to do at streaming. And not that I'm necessarily going to put a bunch of effort into changing that, but maybe putting effort into accenting certain parts of my mannerisms that I think are more productive to the stream, and sort of trying to shy away from or limit the parts of my personality that maybe aren't. And having to look into that and having to pay attention to that has been kind of eye-opening to just generally the way I speak, and the projection of my emotions. It's definitely made me focus much more on trying to be positive even when negative things are happening, because, you know, you don't want to be on stream and just complain, and, you know, cry about losing, and, oh, I shouldn't have lost, that was somebody else's fault. And, you know, that's not fun for you, that's not fun for anybody. And it's definitely something that I do when I play video games, because I look for somebody else to blame. And I didn't notice how much I did it until I started trying to stop myself from doing it on stream. It's pretty funny. And it's definitely made my games more enjoyable. Just the simple fact of, you know, you kind of create this self-fulfilling prophecy where if you're being negative and you're blaming the people around you and, you know, I'm never going to be able to win because blah, 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 then you're never going to be able to win. And I know it's super cliche to say that. But it's not just about winning, it's also about having a good time. If you're just constantly looking to blame, you know, something about the game or another person you're playing with or something like that, it really diminishes the fun, because you start seeing it as an adversarial kind of a thing, right? So it's you against the shitty game mechanics, it's you against your shitty teammates, it's you against, you know, these things that are supposed to be on your side when you're playing a game. The game mechanics are supposed to be there to increase your enjoyment. You know, the other players are there to increase your enjoyment. And so when you put yourself in an adversarial position with the mechanics and with your teammates, then you sort of take away the things that are supposed to be fun, that are supposed to be improving your enjoyment. And that's definitely something that's been a problem for my enjoyment of gaming for the past 7 or 8 years at least, if not more. You know, I was trying to be too competitive, and in doing that, you know, every time something didn't quite go the way I expected it to go, every time I clicked the button maybe just a millisecond too slow, and so I was dead before my skill went off, or, you know, any of those things, it was shitty programming. Why is this game so broken? And it just crushed my ability to enjoy games. And so I'm being a little less worried about my competitiveness now, and trying to be a little more worried about just my general enjoyment and positivity towards the game. Primarily since I started streaming. And I have been enjoying video games so much more in the last 3 months. Like, I have just not been able to get enough of playing the games that I've been playing. And, like, Throne and Liberty would have made me so mad 3 years ago, because I am not a great PvP player in this game, and I just keep getting dunked on whenever I go to PvP. And I'd have been raging about it. And I think it's kind of funny now. I see it happen, and I mean, I can tell what the players are doing to kill me most of the time. And it gets a little frustrating if you die a lot of times in a row. But I've honestly been enjoying quite a bit, even the times when I die. I'm very happy about that. I don't don't like not liking my video games. Time to go to the next one. Got a whole lot of tokens. 286 already. 314. Stop smacking me, you buttface. A spectral wizard. It's a wizard.
Everyone, you must work together to gather as many light fragments as you can.
Stab him in the back. I don't need cheap viewers. Please stop spamming my chat with your stupid advertisements. Zap, zap. You know what, I should probably go turn my points in. Try and zap this thing down. Ooh, 424 points. I'm so good at this game. So good. I can't get close enough to hit some of these things. Oh my goodness. I just want to activate my skill. There's too many people. What am I gonna do? I was doing really good there for a minute, but I got off the rhythm or something. And I'm having some issues now. Or more people showed up, or I don't know.
The guard tower will be able to push the Archeum Legion back.
Everyone, you must work together to gather as many light fragments as you can.
We know we're supposed to work together to gather light fragments. You crazy old man. Smack. Smack, smack, smack. Smack, 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 smack. Smack, 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 smacky, smack, smack, smack. I thought this person here, this Fioma, was an enemy. I was trying to attack him. I don't know why I thought they were an enemy. They don't look anything like the enemies. But in my brain, they were a bad guy.
Will be able to push the Archeum Legion back.
Come on, zap that thing already. Hey, Vanilthor, Vanilhor? Vanathor, Vanathor. Some of my words, or my letters don't look right. I need to change that font. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the follow over on Twitch. How are you enjoying Throne and Liberty so far? And what server are you on? Are you maybe on my server? Oh, this one got completed. I think that one is completed over there too. I think we just have to go complete this one.
The guard tower will be able to push the Archeum Legion back.
Oh. Must murder everyone. Red rum. Red rum.
The guard tower will be able to push the Archeum Legion back.
Let me put my 2 points in there.
The guard tower will be able to push the Archeum Legion back.
Hey yo. Alright. That's the important thing right there. We got our participation reward, or performance reward. And that's what we want. Because we want to use those to make some purples later.
Even with the adventurers' help.
Things look grim, but we can at least save the Soul Stone.
Alright, now we've got a whole lot of time before the next thing. Ooh, did I get a... I did get a piece of gear.
Now's our chance. Even Arceum's power has its limits. Now, attack them with everything you have. Damn.
We'll just... Actually, what do we have in the way of... melee endurance? Yeah, the green ones really aren't selling anymore. We'll go ahead and just get rid of that.
Yes, sir. We'll do our best to drive them back.
Why does it keep trying to drag me into the battle pass? I don't understand. I need so many more of both of these. So many more. Take a look at the weekly missions. How are we faring on those so far? We got 19 contracts done. That's great.
Could it be the Soul Stone of Azrael's 4 disciples?
I did use a contract. So these are the Mitran. Okay, so let's go finish this contract real quick. Because these contracts are super important. Definitely need those pouches. Need to get me some pouches. Oh. Let's go into the co-op dungeon, Death's Abyss. Start matchmaking. Queue up as a tank. And we'll go kill these Mitrans and Katoris. Purified Mana Stone. Could all be right down here. Yawn. Come here, Katori. Pretty sure these are ranged enemies. Ooh, there's a whole bunch of them over here, though. Alright, we're gonna run far enough away. They actually kind of have to clump up by coming towards me. And then... we're gonna put these in between. Perfect. They all teleport away from me? What is this? Nice. All right. Oops. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted either. Okay, looks like this river is just a little too long. So I can't group all of these things up at once, which is unfortunate. Okay. What do we got going on over here? Let's get over here. Everybody start coming this way. Okay. Things are not going exactly as planned. Also, surprisingly, we almost have our dungeon group already, which is kind of insane. Alright, let's go in. Teleporto. Hey, in we go. Now we do some real tanking. Oh. But this is already a group that started. Nice. I like not having to do the entire dungeon. It makes me very happy. So please, if you get frustrated with your group, quit. Let me come take over. I only see 4 people. There's 5 back there. Still gotta wait. What are you doing, Gilgamesh? Oh, somebody left the party. Somebody aggroed. Whoops. I died. I'm also not using my proper spec. Change it. There we go. Now we're using the proper spec. People leave these dungeon rooms, or these dungeon runs, way too quickly. Like, just calm the fuck down. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, nice, everybody left. That's super great. Super great. Wrong button. There needs to be some sort of a penalty for leaving the dungeon run like that. It's too much of a problem. People do it way too often for little to no reason. I understand if your group gets wiped 10 freaking times, then sure. Maybe it's time to quit and find a new group. But you can't just be leaving every time anything goes wrong, especially in a pub. Like, obviously stuff is going to go wrong. None of us have ever played together. You know, some people have never even done the dungeon before, and nobody's in voice comms, so we can't explain to them what's going on as we go. So they kind of have to learn on their own. Like, get over yourself. You're not that important. And honestly, you're probably part of the reason that people were dying. Like, I promise, you're not as good at the game as you think you are. Unless, you know, you're one of the few people who is, like, super good at this game. But the majority of players, the average player, you're just as bad as everybody else. You're just as bad as I am. So, get over it. People make mistakes. Sometimes you die. Just gotta try again. You're not gonna have any better luck with the next group you get into. Right? It's gonna be the exact same thing because you're gonna have somebody making mistakes. You make everybody have a worse time because it ends up taking longer for everybody, including yourself, to get through dungeons that way. If you would just go with the group that you were in, even if it took a little while, you'd be done. But if you bounce from group to group to group, you know, you're going to find 5 groups that are having struggles before you find that one group that just breezes through. And if you would stay and help, you know, the groups that are struggling, eventually they'll learn. And they'll get good enough that they'll be part of those groups that are really good, and they just breeze through it. And then eventually you'll always be able to find a group that's just breezing through the content. But that can't happen if everybody's so frustrated because everybody keeps quitting that they can never learn how to do the content they're doing. You just have to suck it up for a little while, especially early on. I mean, brand new game, brand new content. You know, not everybody played on the Korea servers. Not everybody's watched 1,000 hours of YouTube videos. You know, you have to assume that there are some people who are going into the game blind, who have no idea how to beat the content, and who you're just going to have to help. Oh, here's the purified mana stones. And you definitely have to be willing to do that if you're pugging. If you're going in with a pre-made, fine, whatever, like your pre-made should know what they're doing. But if you're gonna pug, then that's just the way it is. And if you don't want to deal with that, don't pug. Because you're just ruining that for everybody else. Hey, Shadow Crypt, nice. Whoops. Wrong button. I have... What are these worth? What are the rewards on these? Get some precious... Oh, these are actually really good. And then a lot of training due for doing these. Unfortunately, I think all of those have the same rewards. So you're just always going to be getting those precious stones, which, I mean, are those precious ores, which is fine. I mean, you need them. That's not hurting you in any way. But, oh, you know what? I have enough of these points now to go buy some of these pouches. I love opening these pouches. It's so addicting to me. Android? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's buy up some of my pouches. Wrong one. Can't get... Oh, I did buy a... Oh, it's only one. Oh, right, it's 15 a month with those others. That's right. That's right. Sad day for me. Could almost buy all of these, though, this week. I should have bought some of these last week. I'm such an idiot. Do these contracts give you contract tokens? No. Okay. We're just gonna open these, because why not? And then they'll be in my inventory here, and I can just go choose them whenever. I gotta go do that at some point today anyway, so might as well. Let's re-queue up for the dungeon here. Forgot to do that. Because I was all angry. I can do this one by myself. I did it the other day when I was much weaker than I am now. Honestly, it'd probably be a lot quicker now. Maybe I should go do some of these others. See if I can do this level 31. Just for grins. I actually need that wand. That's the wand I'm using right now. I have some stuff for sale in the auction house. Did it sell? It did. Select that.
If the goblins are to be believed, you'll get lucky even when you're sleeping.
That should mean that I can buy my necklace that has base hit, skill damage boost, there we go, and an accessory, there we go, 60% higher than average, interesting. All of these are higher than average, though. That's fine. We'll take it. And then we go into our inventory.
Can even increase your storage size.
And we go to our traits, and we get to add this to our necklace. And now we're one away from complete necklace. Which is great. Up our gear score just a little bit more here. I'm really enjoying this nice, slow, steady. I feel like I'm always making improvements. Like everything is just going up a little bit at a time. It's been really nice.
The war's about to begin. Are you sure you're not missing any equipment?
I need to see real quick. I'm going to open up my Discord and see if my guild is trying to do anything. I Need to see what my guild contribution and stuff looks like too. I'm already up to 4,000. Heck yeah. I just joined yesterday, like yesterday evening. I'm way ahead of a bunch of these fools. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, definitely not gonna get kicked out. I love how this person is gone, but they have the highest reputation in the whole guild. What do we have for guild contracts right now? Demonic conspiracy. I hate this one. There are no good demons to go kill. The only demons I know of are over here in the mana wastes. And they're like level 35 or something. I don't need that. Alright, what are we talking about here? Alright, nothing going on in the guild. That's fine. That's fine. We just need to make our own fun then. I think we're gonna go back over here. Try and farm some more of these things while we wait for our dungeon run. Y'all are gonna have to remind me. I'm switching to quick slot set 2 here. Which means... Oh. Different abilities. Which means... Gotta switch back. Nice. Let's go do some tanking. Oh, we're just at the boss. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. All right. Oh, do we have another tank? We do have another shield wand tank, okay. Well, he's pulling aggro, so I'm gonna go ahead. Well, I can't in the middle of a fight. Forgot where one of the skills that I actually wanted to use here was. Somebody died. Gotta block those shots. Important. I wasn't able to get my block off there for some reason. Must not have had enough stamina. It's a really hard part of this boss, is managing your stamina when you have those things chasing you. Because once you get hit, if you're in your transformed form, you drain stamina. So you kind of need to make a little distance and then just go ahead and stop getting in your transform and just run. And he always teleports to the furthest person away. So if you're the one that he teleports to, you want to make sure that you set it up so that he aims away, like out of the arena with his cone, so that everybody else doesn't get hit by it if you can. Because if people get knocked up and they've got those things chasing them and they miss that scythe defense, then that's easily going to KO any DPS or healer. And so you just need to create a situation where that's not going to happen by aiming those outside. That's probably even more important than stacking, is doing that, because that's a kill that kind of sneaks up on you. You know, everybody knows about the one-hit mechanic now and everybody stacks up. But not everybody is able to get these things put out here, and the healer just doesn't have time necessarily to heal in those situations because, you know, you're all kind of running around, and it's going to go to the furthest away. So I'm going to be the furthest away this time, so he's going to tell, oh, I wasn't, okay. Yeah, I didn't have stamina time there. I wasn't able to block again. But because I hadn't gotten hit, it was fine. You can eat that scythe attack pretty easy. And especially people stack their pool heals on there. So it's not really a big problem. Oh, somebody forgot to heal. It's nice when I'm not the tank. I can just like stop and heal people. It's great. Then I'm gonna get out of there so I'm not losing stam. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Ooh, almost forgot to block there. Nice. That was great. Come in, kill the boss, get loot. Oh yeah, wish I could be like that every time. Unzi Bangle. And precious omnipotent parchment. That's great. That omnipotent parchment is super useful. And hey, we're up to 20 dimension soul shards for this one. So I should probably stop doing this boss now and do the other ones so I can guarantee get my stuff. Let's see, petrification resistance. That is absolutely useless. Can players even petrify you? Like, is that even possible? Alright, well, let's go to the lithograph book then, and dump this in there.
There are many specters around the Soulstone.
Because who the heck wants petrify resist? Not me. Not me. And then, should we queue up again for the same one? I mean, we're gonna need lots of these anyway. So even if we don't optimize and get, 20 of each one right now, and instead get, like 40 of this one, and then do the other ones later, we're going to slow down the rate at which we get the, we're going to slow down the rate at which we get those, like the first one, but it's not necessarily going to hurt us in the long run. The only way it would hurt us in the long run is if we stop on an odd number. And even then we have, some of those chests that allow us to pick some. So we're probably okay. But I think we'll just keep doing this. And just keep going in there. And in the meantime, we'll keep farming these scrolls over here. Already picked up one today. It's unfortunate that it takes about a half hour to 45 minutes of farming over here to get a scroll. They're not super common drops, but I have lots of time, and I don't want to waste my 9,000 Abyss tokens. And really the only thing I have left to do is bosses and dungeons, like world bosses and dungeons. So we're just going to keep doing this way. Oh, hold on. That's what these are for. They pull everything to you. That makes sense. I've been doing things wrong this whole time. Right, nerd, come over here. Oh, whoops, I'm on my wrong set. I need my AoE skills. I'm never gonna get my AoE skills if I keep aggroing enemies. Okay, gotta wait 22 seconds for my cooldown here. Man, I hate global chat. What a cesspool. Okay. Looks like all that's done, so we can switch back to there. Nice. Let's see if breaking multiples of these. Maybe I could get like a whole lot of things attacking. Nope. This wasn't enough stuff. Okay, come over here, you. I think I need to do some work on some of my targeting. And I need to set up, I don't know if there's a way to make it auto-target like the next thing when you kill something. But I have a hard time clicking to target enemies sometimes in groups. And it really slows down some of my clear. And I don't like it. Please drag this enemy over here. And push this enemy over here. There we go. There we go. Got the rotation that time. So important to hit your rotations. Even as a tank, if you're out here, you know, doing some solo stuff, make yourself a good rotation. Try and learn it. It's pretty contrary to the way we normally play. Tanks are one of the classes, tanks and healers both. You tend not to want to rely solely on a rotation because you never know, you know, the state of the battle can change. And so you need to be holding on to skills until they're needed a lot of times. And not just throwing them out there, wasting them. So it's a little bit different for us to switch to, you know, a solo farm kind of setup and start. Are you using Sword Shield Wand? Yeah, legit mod, I am. Also, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. How are you? Are you enjoying a little Throne and Liberty? I just finished my battle pass, so I was actually able to buy the skins for the Sword Shield Wand. So I'm all dripped out now with my shinies. I dig it. I'm happy about it. Good, and yeah, I started Monday, got to level 50, slowly trying to understand it as well. Playing tank, but I use two-hand as secondary. Oh, okay, you're doing the Sword Shield and Greatsword? Also an extremely strong build. I know, thank you, legit, I appreciate it. It is looking nice. I am enjoying the cosmetics. Cosmetics in fantasy RPG games are always so good though. I love the, you know, because you've always got magic glowies and stuff like that. Ever since the very first MMO I ever played, Dark Age of Camelot, where you could get the little particle effects on your weapons if you got special weapons in some of the areas. where it made your sword glow a certain color or something like that. They were really basic particle effects compared to stuff that you can get nowadays. But they were so cool, and we loved having them. And ever since then, it's just been all about the shiny. Are you... So I know Canon XO has just put out, I watched it yesterday actually, a really good guide on how to sword shield greatsword, with all kinds of different build ideas for, you know, what you should be using for your PvP stuff, what you should be using when you go to do PvE, you know, how are you going to tank, how are you going to brawl, all of that stuff. So if you are playing the Sword Shield Greatsword and you are interested in, you know, having a little guidance for what you're doing, I would recommend going and watching that video. Even if you don't want to follow the build specifically, he actually went through each skill and talked about, you know, this is why we're using this skill, this is what we're doing, this is why we have the skills that we have and what we're going to use them for. Nothing wrong with that. How is your build with your current weapon setup? Do you have focus on wisdom, strength? I will have to check it out. Yeah, so right now I'm going to be going into 3 different attributes. Strength, obviously, for the extra health. We're going to be doing perception, because perception helps with CC chance and hit chance. And then wisdom, because I want to get the cooldown reduction. So I think it's 30 wisdom takes you to cooldown reduction. I'm just going to run back to the kind of safe zone over here so I can actually look and go through a little bit of it. And kind of talk about it. So... Oh, you bugger. Leave Brittany alone. Alright. Yeah, so I really want... I'd like to hit the 40 strength, the damage reduction there. And I'd really like to hit the 50 here. And I think I only need the 30 here in perception for the hit chance. I don't know what the limit on what you can get your stats to are. I haven't actually gone through and looked at like an in-game build and tried to build something out for this. I'm specifically avoiding looking at build guides for Sword Shield Wand because I want to build my own build. So honestly, probably today or tomorrow, or both today and tomorrow, I need to go through and take a look at all the different stuff on one of the build websites and actually go through and build it all the way out and then save a link to it. And then I can put it as a chat command in my chat so that people can go and look at it specifically if they want to. Like the rest of the tubers. Gotta learn to be a good streamer. But yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying Sword Shield Wand, and as I progress with it, and as I get better with it, and learn, you know, what defense is, or maybe too much defense. Because honestly, when I was first playing, I had 100%, everything was in defenses, and I was doing no damage. I was hitting like a wet noodle, but I was like super immortal. Couldn't kill me if your life depended on it. And it was great, but there was no way to like solo farm and stuff like that. So I threw together this little skill set here that's actually working out pretty well. It's not the fastest solo farm in the game, but it works pretty good, and I'm enjoying it. But it's been kind of a long time. I've played too much Path of Exile and stuff, and I'm just not good enough at Path of Exile to make my own builds. So it's been a long time since I've really been able to get into a game and just make my own build and work on it that way. Because PoE is just so punishing if you make a couple of pretty basic mistakes in your build setups. And I never learned what I wasn't supposed to do. And so every time I tried to make my own builds, it would always end up trash. So I'm happy to be playing a game where I feel like I can kind of keep up. And I'm going to have the ability to make my own. I think that's a really fun part of these games. Oh. Nice. Am I gonna get to kill these enemies? Nope. Bye-bye. See that arrow pass through me as I teleported? That was hilarious. Are we on the last boss again? Oh, this keeps happening to me. This is great. Absolutely, I will just go to the last boss and tank. Get my rewards and roll out. Let me change my skill set up to my dungeon tank set. It is super fun to be able to heal and buff and do all that stuff. Primarily, I use these things on myself. But, you know, when you have those modes where you all stack and do that one-shot thing, that's really important. For those of you who weren't here the last time, that guy, when he does his teleport, always teleports to the furthest away person. So if you set yourself up as the furthest away person, and then you come and face outside, so nobody else gets hit, that saves a lot of damage at that particular part. And it saves people a lot of stamina as well. So because you know the mechanic, you can set yourself up outside. And so now that person got it, but now I'm the furthest away. So now I stay real close so he doesn't hit me, and I aim him towards an edge so he doesn't hit everybody else. And then I'm aiming him towards an edge here and staying real close. So his scythe, when he comes down for that cone, doesn't hit me. So basically nobody's taking damage right now until he teleports away and does another cone. If you stand like straight up inside his skirts here though, he won't be able to get you. And now somebody else takes the cone, and then I'm the furthest away again, so I take it, so I get right up inside of him. Boom, it doesn't hit anybody. And now he's going to send a bunch of scythes at us, so we start running away early. We don't want to waste our stamina here, because we want to be able to get the block the next time. Oop, he got me with the pop. Then we come over here, we drop our stuff. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Oh my goodness, how did somebody die? He's gonna come to me, so I stay in his skirts, focus him away. He doesn't hit me. Block that. We're also debuffing, so we use our taunt shout on the boss, and we do our dash move into the boss because it actually debuffs and buffs our damage. So we actually hurt the boss significantly more. Our entire group does when we do that. For sure this is MMO. Won't lie. You made that look easy, almost making me want to swap. I mean, any tank can make it that easy. If you have a decent healer, like it was nice that I got to throw those extra pool heals and stuff like that when we had the wipe mechanic, but that wasn't 100% necessary. Our healer was doing a good job. So that was just kind of a bonus. And you put out more damage than I do. So you're going to end up being able to to keep your team from having to interact with that mechanic more times, which is a huge boon because people start to get fatigued. The more times they have to do those wipe mechanics, they start to stop paying attention because it's just kind of repetitive. And then that's when you start getting wiped. We had 2% left. Yesterday I was doing the boss, and we had 2% left, and the team wiped because 2 of the people forgot to stack. And so I tried to go get to them because the one hit was on me. So I tried to go get to them, and then I didn't make it to them, and the other 2 people didn't make it to me. So nobody was stacked with me, and we just all wiped, just boom, done. And so we had to call it and fight again. But we only had 2% left, and it was just fatigue. Yeah, it was rough. It was real rough. But, I mean, it happens. Just gotta roll with the punches and move on. I just got a sword, which means I might get a sword mod, or a sword trait, which is great. I just said everything that I was saying while I was muted, didn't I? Did y'all hear anything about taking portals as a guild to guarantee drops? Holy crap, I'm an idiot. Yeah. So I guess I'll answer your question again. I play solo when I stream, legit, because I like to be able to focus on the chat. And if I'm in a voice call with a guild or a group while I'm streaming, then that takes away from my ability to focus on that. And so I try and play. Yeah. Okay. So I try and play solo and do all of my solo stuff while I'm streaming, and then I'll get with the guild and do that stuff when I'm not. If I just need to be listening to the call for the guild stuff, then maybe I'll do some guild stuff on stream, because I do really like that stuff. But, you know, I think primarily the best thing about streaming, and the thing that's, I think, the best about my stream, is interacting with the community. And, you know, because I'm not the best player, but I like to talk, I like to answer questions, I'm a pretty personable person. So I think that's kind of where my stream shines, and so I need to focus on that. And I'll worry about guild stuff, you know, when it's time for that. But the thing that I wanted to say, and it's something I say a lot, is there's a lot of potential as a guild to gain a lot of rewards for your guild by going to those world bosses and bringing some guild members with you. Dropped to Twitch, YouTube kept lagging out for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why it does that, but thanks for the follow over on Twitch. Really appreciate it. But yeah, so the thing that I want to do with the guild is, you know, you go to these world events, these world bosses. Darn it. And, you know, there's 3 to 5 portals per world boss. And so if you take, you know, 20 guildies, could probably do a Malakar. And it only takes about 6 to do Chernobog. I've done it with 7 before, and one of the people was a level 29. So you could definitely do it with 650s. But if you go into those portals and it's only guildies, then it guarantees that your guild is going to get the drop. So you want to split up as much as possible, and you want to go to as many of those portals as possible, and take them... Hang on. If you're online and have abyssal tokens, come to Shadowed. Got room for one more. Oh, nope. Don't want to do that. Guild stuff. But you can guarantee those drops, and then they automatically go into your guild bank. So you can have this stuff in here. So this stuff is all in our guild bank. Honestly, somebody ought to be trying to sell that or something. Hit chance on this is probably pretty good. That's one of the traits you need. Yeah. But I think there's just some really good opportunity there for guilds. And that's, I mean, this game is just absolutely catered to guild play. So you definitely need to be in a guild, and your guild needs to be doing stuff together. You almost have to have a Discord if you want to be successful as a guild. You need to be willing to play together, you need to be, you know, willing to do big group stuff. So you have to have somebody who's really good at organizing. And, you know, identifying when the best times are, and, you know, being available and being in charge of getting things organized. Because most people don't want to have a lot of uncertainty in their game time. Even in hardcore guilds, you're going to have a majority of kind of casual players. They might be good players, but they're not going to be playing all the time. So if you want to have a really successful guild, then you have to be able to tell those people, okay, here's the time when you need to be getting online. Here's the activity we're going to be doing. Here's the time we're going to be doing it at. And we can't be waiting around. Like, you can't set up the time for a half hour before the actual event starts, and then expect people to be waiting around. I think didn't they turn off swapping for a while because early access people were being able to come into the other servers. But yeah, it's probably region locked. That's pretty common. But, you know, you have to be able to say, like, this is when it's happening, and then it has to happen at that time. So somebody's kind of full-time job just needs to be getting stuff ready for the guild so that the guild can do content together. Which is kind of obnoxious to have to be that person, but somebody's got to do it. You're not going to succeed if you don't. At least not at a high level. Now, if you're just a casual guild and you're just dinking around and you don't really care, then, you know, ignore everything I just said. Because that's just for dinking around. But if you want to try and be the top guild on your server, then organization is key. 100%. Which is why I didn't try and start a guild. Because I don't have, as a streamer, and I think this is why a lot of streamers are not the leaders of their guilds. They're just kind of the faces of their guilds. Is because you just don't have the time to organize all that stuff and put the time that you have to into, you know, figuring out when people are going to be online and figuring out what the best activities to do are and all that stuff. Because I would love to run a guild, but there's no way. It would be terrible. I would end up doing such a poor job. And I don't want that. I keep forgetting to get my DPS skill set back on. So I'm just sitting here wasting my time, not even hitting anything hard. Woe is me. On the bright side, at least I'm basically invincible. Alright, we got 15 seconds for resplash timers. Oh, you piece of crap. Can I run away up here, maybe? Nope. What about up here? Nope. Am I away? Let's find out. Hey, I am away. Alright, let's get all these knights. Let's snag up this arch. Oh, these are all archers. Hate you. Oh, the Darkest is using the Guild Blessing Abyss. What does that do? Abyssal Contract Token Efficiency 1% up for 15 minutes. Okay. Okay. See, that's the kind of stuff, though. Like, he just kind of randomly decided that he wanted to do the Abyssal Dungeon. And that's cool. And I'm down for that. But that needs to be planned because you can save up 20,000 Abyssal tokens. Even 1% efficiency on 20,000 is a lot of sort of extra Abyssal tokens that everybody gets. And so if everybody saves up to, you know, 18k, then everybody gets way more value out of that. And so if you set that up a week in advance and say, okay, on this day, we're doing this dungeon, or on this day, we're going to have this active, because it doesn't matter what dungeon you do. So you could have groups in every dungeon. But this is when we're going to do this. Instead of, you know, I'm not already in the dungeon, so I already lose 5 minutes of a 15-minute buff once he activates it. There was no mention, you know, we have a Discord. I didn't get a mention in the Discord that we were going to have that buff active. There was just zero preparation for how that was going to work for the guild. And, you know, now I've been putting resources into the guild. And those resources are what you use to activate those buffs. And now I don't have that buff. You know, I'm not making any use of it. And if that was my decision, right, if they said, hey, we're doing this on this day because most people are going to be available at this time, and, you know, maybe I wasn't going to be available at that time, or I had something else that I wanted to do at that time, and so I didn't participate, then, you know, that's me, that's my decision. But not being able to participate because of poor planning feels really bad. Hey, Rage Food TTV, what's up? Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Are you enjoying your Once Human time? Or not Once Human, Throne and Liberty? Sorry, I started this stream on Once Human. I will likely go back to it one day too. Throne and Liberty. Iron's Isle, you know, the only boss that I've done so far is Death's Abyss. I haven't even bothered with any of the other ones yet. I probably need to go learn how to tank them all, though. Pretty simple, but really, I mean, simple and fun is fine. It doesn't have to be madhouse hectic, running around scared for your life every minute of every day. Simple but fun is perfectly fine. Sometimes I need simple. Stop hitting me. Why are you so mean? Ooh, here's a bunch of... Heck yeah, let's get all these. Get all these. Nice. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm down for complicated sometimes. You know, you want to give me something that's an absolute nightmare and then I've got to have absolutely perfect everything on and all that every now and then. Like, sure, that's fine. I will only do that when I'm in the mood to be 100% perfect. But the rest of it can just be nice and simple. That person's gonna fight them all. Ooh, Moonstone. Why not? It's here. Literally right in front of my face. Might as well hit it. Get over here. Blap. Blap. Let me out. Blap. Right now, Untamed, I am farming for these special contracts. Let's see if I have one. I don't think I have one right now. So I don't want to spend any of my Abyssal tokens right now. And I'm waiting on the next boss fight to happen. So since there's really nothing else for me to be farming, there are contract scrolls that you can get. Just like the contract scrolls that you get. Yes, level 50 contracts. If you get them in level 50 zones. So they are just like the contracts that you get for the Abyssal dungeons, the open world dungeons, except that they're for these areas here. And they're just like those normal contracts that you would have in this area, and they have the chance to give you that pouch. But they work in the same way that the Abyssal contracts do, where you have 99 refreshes. So you can guaranteed, every time you get one of these scrolls, pretty much guaranteed get a contract that's going to give you one of the purple pouches. So you can try and get an epic gear. So I don't think I have any of them right now that I can show you all, but they're just like these. And so I'll go in, and they look, when you open up the contract, they look literally exactly like this, except you have the rewards that you would normally get from here. And then you have 99 refreshes, and it costs a little over 500 to refresh it, but instead of just 10k Solent that you get here, you get 75k Solent from those other contracts. And 30 of these contract coins. So they take a long time to get. I only get like one of them an hour. But because I don't have anything else to be farming right now, you know, I can get 2 or 3 of these a day, and that's 2 or 3 more pouches every day, which is great. Plus, you know, an extra 100 contract coins. And then you refresh it, so you can refresh it 99 times and you still make currency on it. And they don't go into your regular contracts, so you can have 5 of these contracts, and you can have 5 of the scroll contracts. So you could do 10 contracts at a time. So you could really up the efficiency if you just stockpile a couple, and then go, you know, run 10 at a time or whatever, and bump up your efficiency quite a bit. But yeah, they're super good to have. And, I mean, they're the last thing you farm, right? First, you got to get all of these done. Then you got to get all of these done. You know what? I haven't bought my keys today. I need to do my Mystic Keys. You got to do your Mystic Keys every day. You know, you got to do all that other stuff. And then, if you're still playing and you're still having fun, and you want to make a really, really small amount of progression, but, you know, be able to keep playing, that's that little bit of edge that you can get over everybody else. And if you're free to play, that's that little bit of edge that's going to help you catch up to the pay-to-play players. Is doing that.
Good move today. Let's spend all these coins.
But let's max out these Mystic coins. And then we're going to go back up here. And we're going to get our Mystic globes and hope for a Mystic portal. These Mystic globes and Mystic portals are really important, because the Mystic portals are the Mystic Portals can drop you these Abyss coins, these Abyss currencies, and they can drop you trait unlock stones. And these two currencies are some of the most scarce currencies in the game. So you don't get a lot of great stuff from the Abyss globes. You can get, well, actually that's not true. You can get trait stones and stuff like that from the Abyss globes. But you get literally some of the most precious resources you can get from the Abyss portals. And the way you or the Mystic portals, not Abyss. And the way you open those up is you get your 5 keys, and those 5 keys are used on globes, and you have a chance when you open a globe to spawn a portal. And then somewhere inside the portal zone, somewhere inside the portal zone, there'll be like a really big red Mystic globe. It's like way bigger. And that Mystic globe has a chance to drop you Abyss currencies and trait unlock stones. And it doesn't cost a key to open the globe. So you still get, it doesn't cost a key to open the portal. It only costs keys to open the globes. So you don't lose a key opening the portal. So you have a chance to get 5 portals every day. Yesterday I got 2 portals. And I got some trait unlock stones and some regular trait converting stones. And there you are. If you see this little thing right here, if you have keys, then you can see the Mystic Globe symbol. It looks like a little atom symbol. Right there on your mini-map. And then you just go over, and they're always in the same spot. So you could learn a route for the 5 that you want to open every day. Yes, you should absolutely be doing them. 100%. This might be one of the most, but see, trait conversion stone times 3. 100 abyssal contract tokens. 3 trait conversion stones is huge. But then I didn't spawn a portal. Hopefully I spawn a portal today, and I can show you all. Let's get this moonstone out of the way. There was another thing here, but I can't see it because this moonstone and this star tree are in the way. Maybe it was just the moonstone and the star tree. But oh, you piece of garbage. Stun me while I'm trying to freaking harvest crap. Okay, yeah, it was just those 2 things being in each other's way. Let's go find, I haven't really gotten a route for these down yet. I don't know if the zone that you do it in matters. I don't think it does. So honestly, I should just be doing these in an easy zone to do it in. And actually, I'm going to do that. There are some easy ones to get right up here. Wrong way. There's one up on top of that, I believe. Maybe there's 2 up here. I don't know. Let's find out. Let's see how many of these we can get real quick. This might just be the spot, you know? Ah, here's one that's below me. Okay. How far below me? Nice. Just seems... Ah, it's in here. Got it. I gotta come from... Okay. That makes sense. So this is... The abyssal portals are like this too. Not all of the globes are in a really hard place to get like this. But the portals tend to be in really funky places. Hello? That was kind of hard to get out of. So the portals are pretty hard to find, and they only stay open for an hour. And it shows you a really general area of where they are. And then you have to go search for them. I almost didn't get one yesterday because it took me forever to find it. So there's one right there. It looks like there's two up here. I know one of them is right there. So I gotta come down on top of that one. Let's see if I can find the other one. Oh. Gotta reset my game in 15 minutes. Ah, shoot. I messed up. There we go. Is there another one up here? I could have sworn I saw... I know for a fact there's one right down here. I think I want to go to here and jump across. Nice. So that's two. Okay. Doesn't look like there's another one up here. At least I can't see it right this minute. It was just that queue, maybe, that was making it look a little funky. And then, right up here near these zigzags, there's some as well. This one's like right out in the open over here. But it doesn't seem to be here. Huh. Bummer. I need to learn more locations. Get me a good route. But really, you can just kind of run around anywhere. They're all over the map. So you just keep your eyes out on your mini-map. And then when a portal spawns, there'll be like a big one on your main map, and it'll have a big gray area around it that'll cover a pretty decent chunk of the map. And you have to go search and see if you can find it. And if you want to see how many of the keys you have left, it's always on your map in the top right here. But absolutely one of the most important things you can be doing every day. At the very least, buy the keys. Because the keys stack, so you can do it any time. You don't necessarily need to open them every day, but you do need to buy them every day. Hello, Mr. Globes. Where are you? They probably won't be out here in the middle of nowhere like this. They have a tendency to be in, like, terrain areas, where you might have to do a little parkour to get to them. Which I think is pretty cool. That is spawning from really far away, and I've never seen that on the mini-map before. So I actually kind of want to go back over here and see... Oh, looks like somebody got it. There was a resource over there that I didn't recognize. Okay. Can we maybe... give me a globe? I just need 2 more. No, it's not a globe, but Why not? Let's open the mysterious book. There's one. There it is. Alright, just need one more. Hey, I think this might be the most people I've ever had watching during a Throne and Liberty stream. That's pretty exciting. Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate y'all coming out. Showing the support. Love it. Of course. That's what I'm here for. I thoroughly enjoy helping people understand video games. I love to play video games, and I spend all of my time doing it. So I have usually quite a bit of knowledge, especially about weird stuff like this. Like I'm a big farmer. I like to go out and run farming routes, and I love to craft and do stuff like that. There's not a ton of that to do in this game, so I'm a little bit sad about that, but this is the kind of stuff I love to do. Ooh, a fruit tree. I got a golden apple from the first one of these I ever opened. Tran apple. Deadly mandrake. Hey, there's another one. Whoops. Oh, it's down here anyway. Nice. Last one. Doesn't look like we got a portal though. Yeah, no portals. Maybe next time. But we did get some good resources. We got plenty of these trait stones. We got some parchments and some of these, which are really important, so that we can make growth stones and stuff like that. So just good resources all the way around. Not a ton of them, but you're going to find later. You know, you've been going through the storyline up to this point, and so you've been getting a lot of the early game resources, and you feel like you're just going to be getting resources all the time. And it feels like your progression is going to be really, really fast because of it. But that's just the early game of the game trying to trick you into spending money later. And your progression is going to slow to a crawl really soon. Now we got 5 minutes left, so let's head on over towards where Malakar's at. And so just a couple of those resources, you know, 3 or 4 trait stones is actually a lot of trait stones. Should have gone this way. I always end up going across that bridge, and that's not the way I want to go. We want to go here. Now it is time to go and do ourselves some Malakar. So Malakar's mechanic is surprisingly easy if all of the So this is one of those mechanics that the DPSs have to be in charge of, because Malakar teleports to a person that's far away, and then he does his laser stun, but you can turn that stun away. So whoever he aggroes to when he does his teleport needs to run to the other side of him. So, like, say Malakar's over here in the arena, and everybody's fighting him right here, and there's a range DPS. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Okay. Well, we'll explain this first. So, say Malakar's over here, and everybody's fighting him, and there's a range DPS, like, over here fighting, and just shooting him with stuff. If this range DPS is, like, the furthest one away within the range, then Malakar's going to teleport over to him, and he's going to be on the opposite side of him, and he's going to shine his paralyze beam across this whole portion of the map, because it's a 180-degree cone in front of him. So when he teleports over to this DPS that's standing out here, the DPS has to run around him, and his eye will actually follow, and the paralyzed beam will just hit the DPS on the other side, and everybody else will be fine over here. So then when Malakar sucks everybody in, everybody else just runs away, and then this quote-unquote sacrificial DPS is the only one who takes the damage, so the healers can just keep them healed, because they're not all paralyzed, and it'll all be fine. And then you just keep killing him until he does it again. And that's like the only aspect of Malakar's kit that you have to be worried about. Other than that, it's just big pool heals right on top of the boss, so that everybody who's in there punching him in the face is going to be able to get enough heals. And so range DPS is really kind of the big deal for Malakar, because you don't want to be there when he bounces and slams. You just want the tank to be the only one taking those bounce slams. So you really should be using a lot of range DPS. But if you have melee DPS, that's fine. Just pay attention to your health. And when he starts jumping up and down on the ground and slamming, just run away. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Hey, hired strap, I don't care about your best viewers. Go away. You're banned. Yeah, so I'm going to put you all on a black screen for just a minute here, because I've got to restart my NVIDIA GeForce now, because my 6-hour session is almost over. Going to take just about a minute and a half to get the game all started back up, and then we'll do this Malakar fight. And life will be good. Maybe we'll get a good item. I hope that I get a purple. I hope that I get a purple. I haven't gotten nearly enough purples in my life. Although today I did do pretty good with the pouches. I got 2 purple armors, or 2 purple gloves. Not good ones, but that's fine. They had traits that I'll use, so I'm pretty happy about it. Man, I have not been drinking enough water today. Voice is getting hoarse. That is probably the most limiting factor for me for streaming, is I've got a good 8 hours in me every day where I can keep talking and I feel energized and my voice feels good, but about 7.5 hours in, things start to get a little hoarse. So I usually make it to about 8 hours and 15 minutes, because there's a boss right at the 8-hour mark. So I always do that last boss and then end it. But if I didn't get hoarse, and if it didn't feel so exhausting to talk for 8 hours straight, because man, it's tiring. Alright, you guys can come back now. There you go. You all, not you guys, sorry. You all can come back now. We get to see the little intro screen here. But I would literally never stop streaming because I play. Like, I'll get done and I'll turn off the stream and then I'll just keep playing for like 8 more hours. Having so much fun with this game right now. It's ridiculous. Okay. Let's see, 2 busies, huh? That person just went in there. That person just went in there. Yeah, we're gonna go in here with these ones. Hopefully there's enough people. Yeah. See, I think we'll be able to do it with this many. We've got, it looks like a good 20, 25. But it's not so many that the loot is going to be distributed too much. So maybe we'll have a better chance of getting something here. If you're strong and you feel like you can contribute enough, or heck, even if you're not strong, try and find one of these ones that doesn't have quite as much people in it. Because the amount of loot that the world boss drops, I think, is static. So no matter how many people there are, the amount of loot drop is always the same. So the fewer people you can do the boss with, the better. And if you're really, really strong, or you're fighting one of the lower tier bosses, like Chernobog, you can easily do Chernobog with 6 people. I did it with 7 the other day, and I tanked it, and we had like a level 44 and a level 29, and something else that wasn't 50. So 3 out of our 7 were not level 50s. And I was able to tank and heal it all by myself. And then everybody else just killed him. And it took us the whole hour. It literally took us 48 minutes to beat him. But we got him inside the 50-minute timer. And everybody, you know, had a much better chance of getting loot. I think I didn't get... No, maybe that was the one where I got the loot. Yeah, I think it might have been. But, you know, and then we did the same thing with Cornelius. There were only like 8 of us. I went in there with a guild called the Norse Gods. And I don't think they knew I was coming with them, but I did. And there were only 8 of us in there, and we killed it. So, definitely a good idea. Especially if you've got a guild that's fairly strong. You can do most of these bosses with 20 people, I think. I think Azrael you could easily do with 10 or 15. If you had really good DPSs. I think Cornelius you could easily do with 7 or 6. You could easily do Chernobog with 1 team, 1 6-man team, or 6-person team. And if you split up like that, right, and you go to a bunch of different places, and you go into your own portal, so you guarantee that your guild is going to get the loot, then you create a situation where your guild is just going to have lots more purples, and you're going to be able to share all those purples around, and everybody is going to get stronger faster. So, if you run a guild, that should definitely be where your focus is at, is trying to get as many people into as many things as you possibly can. And then of course you have guild bosses, which are, you know, another source of that loot. Okay, see that person's running around, turn them away. Now they're the only one who got stunned. We're all gonna get sucked in. And then the rest of us just run away. And the boss just stands there and kills that one person who got stunned. And then nobody dies. And the boss goes way faster if you get this mechanic down. And this is the part when he starts doing that stomp. That's a big AoE hit. So if you don't have healing, right, you shouldn't be standing here. Those people who just died should have just backed away. He's not going to chase you unless you're the tank. Unless you're the one with aggro. So just walk away. You're good. And then, yep, turned it away again. Good job. Ooh, I'm gonna have to run away. I'm stunned. What happened? I'm here all by myself, so the only heals I'm gonna get are my own. Okay, let's get back in there. Nice. Oh. I was on the wrong side of that. Darn. That was on me. But I should survive. But I think people just kind of got too comfortable with the fact that they were dying whenever they were doing these bosses. Like, you really don't have to die to these bosses, right? They have mechanics that you can defeat. And so, if you want to be able to guarantee that you get loot, and you don't want to have to go in with just the biggest group that you can possibly find every time, and you want to have that better chance of getting loot, they're mechanics that you have to learn just like any boss. Nice job, nice job. It's also better to get just a regular defense than it is to miss the defense. So if you're not certain that you're going to get the perfect, then just throw your defense up early. It lasts a really long time, and it's better to get just the defense and not the perfect than it is to miss the thing completely. Oh, darn. Didn't quite make it out of that one either. That's okay. I'm still gonna survive. Because I'm a beast. Ooh. That's too bad. We got everybody that time. So if he wipes everyone and nobody is alive, then he'll reset. Why am I still stunned? Oh my gosh, I was stunned for so long there. Normally I come out of that in time to parry that blow. That's crazy. But if he kills everybody, he'll reset back to 100. And then we still only have the same 50 minutes to beat him, so we have to start all over. And potentially, we'll fail. And that's bad. Then nobody gets any loot. Well, at least a couple of us will survive. Sorry, everyone else. I'm gonna get in here and try and taunt, though. Yeah. Because we don't want one of the DPSs or something to get nuked down. Okay, well, I wasn't able to grab the aggro. Oh no. Nice. Good job. Got him all the way turned around. Heck yeah. You can even avoid getting pulled if you stand like super far away. Nice. Good work. Good work. With the amount of soloing I always end up doing, I feel like the wand would help me. I mean, it absolutely would. But there are some abilities to heal with the greatsword, I think, when you go in and you do the specializations. So, you know, your only option isn't the wand. You could also consider maybe the bow as a secondary. I think the bow has some heal skills. So if you're interested in maybe being able to DPS a little better, then you might decide that the bow might be a good idea. There are definitely some different options out there. And you do kind of have to make a decision early on because it is so difficult to change weapons, especially once you start getting traits on things. So you do need to be careful and sort of go through and take a look at the different weapons and make that decision as early as you possibly can. It's not impossible to change later, but it is going to take a significant amount of effort to gear up again. So, oh right, I went to the guild. Went to the guild distribution box. Duskblood boots with the ranged endurance. Movement speed, dexterity. I don't really need that. But let's look in the auction house. If Duskblood with ranged endurance is worth anything, then I'm going to take those. Ranged endurance is worth 50. How often do they sell? ×2? Okay. That's not... Oh, of course they're only selling ×2 because it's a world boss drop. So what might be interesting to do, let's check this out. Let's go ahead and claim it. And the reason I'm going to do that is we got one of the lower tier traits. So this is probably one of the least sought after traits that we have. Where are those boots? Come here. Do I have to go? Ah, it's in my mail. Got it. Got it. So we go into our inventory, and what I want to do here is under traits, I want to look at this, and let's consider maybe a trait conversion. So you can do a trait conversion with just 20 of these trait conversion stones, and it doesn't give you the trait that you have. So it's going to give me 25% chance to get this ranged evasion, but then I only have 18% chance to get any of these other ones. And this movement speed was worth 200 and something lucent. So if I could get that, that would be a pretty big deal for me. So I think I might try the trait conversion one time, see what happens, and maybe make a little profit out of it. Because I've never done this before. Let's just do it. Movement speed. Boom. Boom. That's wonderful. So now, we go into our inventory, we take this, we trait extract it, we extract the movement speed, and then we take it to the auction house, and we make a couple hundred lucent. Okay, so the lowest current price is 240. The average price is 229. So in an effort to make this as quick as possible, we're going to put it up there for 220. Drop the accept. Accept. Now, I sell all of my stuff for significantly less than I probably could. I probably would have another 200 lucent if I made sure that I put the highest possible price or the average price or just went one lucent below whatever I was up against. But I like to get my stuff sold, and especially because prices are so volatile in the early game. You know, when you only undercut by one, you can get undercut a bunch of times and then end up with that lower price anyway. So selling at these lower prices entices people who are trying to flip and entices people who are thinking about upgrading their gear, and then they realize, oh, look, this one is, 20 lucent less than any of the rest of them. That's a good deal. I should jump on that right now. And so you just have a tendency to get your sales done faster and more consistently. And, you lose out on a little lucent, and that sucks. So if you're super concerned about absolutely making the most you can, then that's probably not a good strategy for you. But I don't mind it. So that's what I do. I'll get this 200. I'll use this 200 to get another one of my items up with all of its traits. And we'll just keep steadily plugging away at upgrading our stuff here. I mean, we're at 2360 for our gear score, which is awesome. What do we got coming up next? Next we have the events again, and then another boss. I think we probably have time to go ahead and sign up for a dungeon. But I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, so let me sign up for this. And I'll be right back. Never mind, there's a brother in my bathroom.
specters around the Soulstone. Be careful when treading near.
Just gotta bop them all in the head. Little bunny foo-foo, I don't wanna see you picking up the field mice, bopping them on the head. That went super well. That was great. That was dang near perfect. Alright, let's pick up some of these knights here. Let's just bop this thing. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. I've been living for the weekend, but no, not anymore. So here comes that familiar feeling Friday's screaming for. Oh yeah. Get over here. knight, knight. We're just gonna bop this. That's gonna be perfect right there. Oh, I want this knight. Over here, knight. I did not hit this right. I pooched it. Didn't do my rotation in the right order. That's okay. Didn't add too much time to the kill. Hey, we just need our healer. No, we'll be good to go. Gosh darn it. I pooched this one real bad. Alright. Where's our healer at? Come on now. That's the wrong way. Dum-dum. Not where I wanted to go at all. Dum-dum. 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 Hey, perfect timing. Gotta change my skill set though. Why are you standing over there? What are you doing? If you stand over there, that arbiter is going to attack you. You dum-dum. We can skip the arbiter. Stop. What? Look at where you are. Look at where everybody else is. I hate this person. Look at that Arbiter is going to attack you. You freaking idiot. I'm gonna watch it happen. Ready? Here it comes. Ooh, you got lucky. I love mages, but oh my god, there's only 6 people in this party and I can't see anything. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Somebody has to have a stun other than me. It can't just be me. Nobody needs that? Okay. Well, let's get in here then. Yeah, you go grab some stuff, dude. Absolutely. Are we not going fast enough for you? I'm sorry. Just stop. You dumb, dumb, dumb. I am the tank. I do the pulling. Stop it. when she says, "I will end your life," she grabs somebody and basically one-shots them. And you have a while to stun her to get her out of that mechanic. Which is why somebody other than me has to have a stun. Because if I get grabbed, and it always happens right after this defense move here. So now she's going to say, "I'll end your life." Then she grabs somebody, and then you just hit her with the stun. I don't think it worked. Maybe it did. Then everything's good. But just by staying to these walls, you get to skip most of the arbiters. I bet you eventually they patch this, where they increase the arbiter's aggro range. Because being able to skip all of these enemies is probably not an intended part of the design. So use it while you can. Sure, or we can stand really close, and maybe the Arbiter will come get us again. Seems like a great plan to me. I'm excited to be a part of this plan. Please don't go running out there. Or do. That's fine too. Okay. The Arbiter is going to get us. Jump. I'll wipe you all. Stunned. These folks are silly. Thank you, Lucifer. What did you aggro? Why are we... Everything about this dungeon is so easy that I can literally just focus on these arbiters. And you sort of don't have a choice because you can't control whether or not the people in your team are gonna just run amok and do something ridiculous. The mechanic here happens after he says this impossible. In a second he'll say die, and then you have to hit him with the stun. Nope. Please try and move him. Nope, bring the archer. That's fine too. Really important. This team has been doing everything well, except paying attention to their positioning in relation to enemies we were trying to skip. If you're going to skip enemies, you have to be aware of where those enemies are all the time, so that they don't end up getting aggroed into part of a fight that you didn't expect them to be a part of, because that can throw the whole rhythm of everything off. If, for example, you got two arbiters that were doing their attacks at different times, I don't have enough stuns to stop that consistently. And so we just end up wiping, like, no matter what. Two people didn't come join us. We're definitely gonna lose. There's no way if two people already didn't do that mechanic that we're going to end up winning this fight. You have to stack. 100% of the time, every time, have to stack. And you have to block. I didn't have any stamina there. That sucks. Yeah, I've learned some things, Zed. I have learned some things. Block. Yes, like not to waste my stamina. Exactly. That's actually the big thing. And the fact that if I stand right up in his skirts, then he can't get me with that slam move. I can totally mitigate, like, all of his damage here. Oof. And like getting hit by that stun that he does after he teleports doesn't really matter. So there's no point in really dodging it because I come out fast enough that it don't hurt. Alright, last time we gotta do this. Good to go. Good job, team. Even if you all die, I think I can do it. Nice. Only had one person die. Good job. Ooh, Abyss Grace Band. I got the epic ring. Nice. We're gonna have a look-see at that. Alright. Added attack speed, mana cost efficiency. I actually like that ring. Mana cost efficiency for my farming build is pretty important. And later when I get all of my skills all the way tiered up, I think I'm going to need some mana efficiency. So we might end up keeping this. Also skill damage boost, 20. Let's actually take a look here. Oops, I accidentally equipped it. If we extract this trait, let's go look at how much it is. I bet you this trait is expensive. Yeah, skill damage boost, 500 Lucent. We're selling that. For sure. Yeah, 328 of them are being sold, so they're being sold fast. With, yeah, we're definitely taking that out and selling it, making some Lucent. Gosh, people be getting all kinds of extra new stuff. Definitely selling that, though. Good deal. That makes me really happy. Good deal. Definitely selling that.
There are many specters around the Soul Stone. Be careful when treading near.
Gonna have to get some more trade extraction stones and stuff. But I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Alright, we back. Let's go and get this thing sold. And then we'll go see about that world event. I need trade extraction stones. Too bad it doesn't tell me how many I have. 'Cause I need to get up to 25. Ah, and we only have one. So we need 24. Do I have enough for 24 of these? Yeah, we do. Alright. Good deal. Let's go extract this bad boy. Oh, I have a sword. Health regen. That. Can I go in the lithograph book? Nope. That's getting destroyed. We dissolve those. Alright. Now we take up the auction house here. Do some selling. And let's see, current lowest available is 500. The next one after this is like 540, so this person is obviously trying to drop the price. They might be buying right now. But I'm gonna go ahead and put it for 449 anyway, or 499 anyway, because I don't mind losing that and just making sure that this gets sold. We'll just throw it up there, and if they're paying attention, it should sell pretty quickly. But that's enough. If I get both of those sold, that's enough for like 2 more pieces. All the way maxed out. A big part of this game is paying attention to what you find and making yourself some lucent. It's fun to find all of the things for yourself and upgrade your gear by using stuff that you found. Right? They call it solo self-found in PoE. But it is going to take you significantly more time to accomplish that. And because, I mean, not only do you have to get that many items, but you also have to get the item specifically that you want. So you've seen items just don't drop a lot in this game. It's not like an ARPG where you're just picking up, you know, hundreds and hundreds of items. Even blue and green items don't really drop all that often. So you need to capitalize on the ones that you do find that you don't need. You need to go ahead and sell those and make yourself some lucent and buy the things you do need, because it's a pretty good one-to-one trade, right? Every time you get something you don't need, you can easily go and find something you do need of an equal value and just go get that. But it seems weird because there aren't, you know, there isn't direct trading in this game. So you can't just trade to another player who needs the item that you got for the item that you need. So you have to go through that intermediary of making lucent and then making that trade. Got another one of these cloaks. That's nice. Collision resistance. Doubt that that one is actually getting purchased at this juncture in the game. Let's see. Collision resist only going for 25. Probably not. And I don't think it can go in my lithograph. I guess the other thing I want to look at is,
If those specters are unleashed, there's no telling how much damage they'll do.
was the other trait selling for significantly more? Because I could do that trait thing again. Now the highest one is only selling for 72, so it's not worth it.
Highly dangerous specters in the temple.
So this is probably just going to be a dissolve as well. Good deal. Honestly, I don't know why I still have this. Like, max health is a great stat, but let's unlock it. Trade extraction. An auction. Yeah, no, it's not apparently a stat on this greatsword that anybody's going to use. I don't know. How many of these are getting purchased? 126, so I might be able to make a quick 10 lucent off of it. Oh, there he goes. Just registered.
Sir, the Society's wizards are on the way.
Glad to hear it.
Oh no.
Form a defensive
Oh
line
no.
of Soulstone where Asriel's apprentice.
Oh, gotta change my skill sets.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can put this in the lithograph book. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm doing. Definitely what I'm doing. The lithograph book is so important, especially early on. Anything you suggest for people just getting started? The important thing is that you actually need to go through the tiers of gear. I think is the thing that's going to trip most people up. You have to start at green. You need to tier up your green all the way to tier 6, and then you feed that green to your blue, and then you feed that blue to your purple. And even when you're in your blue gear, you want to max trait your blue gear, because that makes max trading your purple gear easier. So don't feel like you're going to fall behind if you don't skip stuff. Just take however long it takes you to get a full blue set all the way traded up, and then move into your purple set, because the blue gear is really good. So don't feel rushed. Don't get your first purple item and then feed your good blue item into it, and then you ultimately lose power. You want to stay as powerful as possible by waiting until you can actually move into that next tier of gear with lots of stuff. And pick your weapons early. Once you get out of green and you start moving into blue, it's pretty important to know sort of what your build's going to be, because you're going to be spending a lot of resources on this blue set. So, you know, take the time early to play with the different weapons, find out what you like, and then when you get into blues, don't change your weapon anymore. Because your resource loss for that and your time loss for that is going to be pretty significant. Unless staying on the weapons that you've already chosen is going to completely ruin your experience and make you not want to play. If that's the case, then absolutely change. But if it's just, oh, I saw this build on the internet and I think it's going to be better than mine, that's probably not true. Nerfs and buffs and stuff happen all the time. So if you stick with your build, even if it's not the strongest build right this moment, it may end up being the strongest build later. So you might as well stick it out, because ultimately you'll lose less by not changing. Keeps making me want to go over to this. And I'm going to do it every single time, because I am a sucker for the little red button indicator that says, hey, come click me. I'm going to click it every single time. I have no self-control. There are not nearly as many people here as there have been. This is actually maybe going to be difficult. Wait, did I not change? Ah, I forgot to change my stupid skill setup. Whoops.
Archeum has deployed catapults in front of the Soul Stone.
Below the Soul Stone sleeps 4 of Azrael's former apprentices. They use
Dum-dum.
steal their souls and become specters. If the Soul Stone is destroyed, these vile spirits will escape. We must gather the light fragments quickly so we can use the guard tower. Adventurers!
I really love this event. It really is so much fun. So many enemies to slaughter.
Once our guard tower has enough fragments,
So many little things together. That's just so much fun. It hits all my gamer buttons. Pop. Also love the morphs. I think that was such a cool idea for mounts. I saw a video today where somebody was talking about how they wish we didn't have the morphs and that we actually had mounts. And I was totally blown away by the fact that somebody would want to go back to something that's so standard when there's this cool, new, innovative thing that does literally the exact same thing. I mean, there's absolutely no difference between the interaction that you have with a mount or a morph when it comes to like gameplay mechanics. They operate in exactly the same way. And so I was really, it was a little concerning to me that there's a voice out there saying, you know, let's go back to this thing that we already have 1,000 of, instead of having this new, cool, kind of fun, collectible thing that we can have. It was not, I don't know. Well, now I'm not hitting any of the enemies. I got off the rhythm just a little bit. There we go. We back. We back on it.
Everyone, you must work together to gather as many light fragments as you can.
Bop. The combat in this game also has really good feedback, like tactile feedback. When I hit things, it feels, you know, I've turned off the screen shake and so there's none of that. But the lineup of the sounds and the visuals with me smacking somebody feels good. Like there's a brief stutter when I use that shield smash as the shield gets to its apex of its arc. And it just looks like what would happen if you actually whacked a fool with your shield. And little stuff like that, while I don't necessarily notice it all the time, is sort of subconsciously noticeable. And I think really adds to the experience. If it wasn't there and everything about the game was good, that wouldn't be a deal breaker for me. Like I wouldn't care. And I just keep playing, kind of like graphics are for me. Like, do I like good graphics? Absolutely. But I prefer good gameplay. So if you've got to have just absolutely garbage graphics, but you can deliver on gameplay, then I'm good. I'm there. And that's kind of the same thing here, is... It's a want to have, not a have to have. But I'm sure it's probably more important for people who like to feel much more immersed in their games. You know, there are some people who really get into the stories and really want to feel like they are their character. And little stuff like that goes a long way towards making things feel a little more alive. And realistic. And, you know, plausible. Instead of just obviously this computer program on the screen. Hey, we got another boss fight coming up soon, don't we? That's right. 55 more minutes till the world boss comes. We've gotten to a point, I think the second wave of players has hit level 50. So, you know, players kind of play in groups that are fairly tight when it comes to how many hours they play. So there's like my group of players that's already pushing, you know, 2500 gear score. Well, there's even a group of players above me. There's a group of players that have already played the game, who played like the betas and stuff like that, or played on Korean server, and they're already above 2500 gear score, pushing, you know, into their first purples probably. And then there's the group of players like me who just started with the game and play a lot and have some reasonable, you know, just general video game knowledge, and are pushing, trying to get to 2500, trying to start looking at their first purples. And I think we just hit the wave after me of people who are just hitting 50 and starting to get into, you know, that 16 to 1800 gear score range, because the world bosses are starting to fill up a lot more. These end game world events are starting to fill up a lot more. I noticed that there seemed to be a lot of players who seem super new to bosses that are in, you know, some of the level 50 dungeons and stuff. I've had a couple of groups that are really, they seem like they hadn't ever played the boss before again in the last day or two. So I think we're just kind of hitting that second wave of players that maybe play a little less than me, or take a little more time than me to get to places. And so things are really starting to fill up in the end game. And that's probably going to continue. You know, the next wave of players will probably come in the next 2 or 3 days. And those will be even more casual players. And so the bosses are going to get another influx of, you know, people who don't understand the mechanics and stuff. But that's just something that everybody's going to have to be aware of is, you know, just because we've been doing the boss for days, or even a week at this point, doesn't mean that, you know, everybody that you get in a group with has. You can't really make that expectation until the game's been out for a pretty significant amount of time. And even then, you sort of have to expect that maybe one person will be new. Because people always are new to video games, right? There's always a new wave of people playing. And so you always kind of have to be cognizant of that. But right now, you're looking at maybe playing with, you know, 2 or 3 people who have never played the dungeon that you're in right now, or have never done the world boss that you're in right now. You know, you're looking at 40% of those players still not being there. I mean, it's only like 2% of players have a lot of the Steam achievements for completing a lot of the bosses and stuff. And a lot of that is because some players have just straight up quit because they played, you know, the first couple hours and just didn't like the game. And so that skews those pretty considerably. But there's still a lot of players who aren't level 50. There's still a lot of players who haven't beaten any of the bosses. I mean, I haven't even beaten all the bosses. I've only played the Death's Abyss one because it's got stuff that I think is good for me. So I'll even be new to some of those dungeons. It's weird to be sort of on the edge of the front line and have to realize that just because you're somewhere, like, there just aren't a lot of people who are also there. Some people waited days to even start the game because they were looking to see, you know, what is it like. They didn't necessarily care that they were there day one. They just wanted the game to be good before they sunk any time into it. So they're waiting for, you know, reviews and first glances and stuff like that. Oh shoot, I haven't been putting away my things. Gotta put these away so we destroy. Oops. I probably wasted those just now. Probably ruined the entire event for everybody. Womp womp. Womp to the freaking womp. Mac. Mac.
Everyone, you must work together to gather as many light fragments as you can.
Mac. I've got all these enemies chasing me around trying to hit me because I just go and I hit them with my taunt real quick. And then I just run away and go hit somebody else. So there's just enemies chasing me around the battlefield while everybody else kills them. It's hilarious. I dig it. As long as things are hitting me, I'm happy. Let's transform into our vampire state. I guess we're not really a vampire. Well, we might actually be a vampire. This will help me tag more enemies though, just by running by them because it doesn't AoE. And steals health. I need to remember to use this in PvP. It's not a ton of hit points, but it's significant enough. It'd probably help me stay alive an extra hit or two. Sometimes that's all you need. Bop. A lot of people have compared this game to Black Desert Online when it comes to its combat, but as an older MMO gamer, you know, I never played Black Desert Online. I played, gosh, what did I play during the time that Black Desert Online was out? I might not have been playing MMOs back then. Maybe I was playing Final Fantasy XIV during that time. I don't know. But when I look at this combat, it reminds me the way you see your character is very similar to the original Guild Wars. Your ability to sort of zoom in and zoom out and have this a little bit overview of your player is very Guild Wars-esque. And ultimately the combat style is very similar to that in how you click and how you activate your skills and stuff. And the other game that I think it's very similar to is Warhammer. I don't know if any of y'all ever played the MMO Warhammer, but it had a lot of the same, like sort of push-pull mechanics with your builds, as well as having a lot more of the active tanking kind of stuff in the PvP, where you had, you know, taunts that actually worked on enemy players. They didn't work in the same sense where they forced the player to actually attack you, but they worked in the sense that they reduced a player's efficacy against anybody but you. And so these taunts are kind of similar. You know, they help other people do more damage, and they just sort of become AoE debuffs when used in PvP. And so I really like how this game is bringing some of those sort of older mechanics back into... Oh, look, we're done. I wonder how long I've been sitting here attacking things that don't need to be attacked. I'm a little distracted. Some of these sort of older things, though, that were tried out with previous games, and they've really refined on a lot of it. The combat system, I think, is much better than either Guild Wars or Warhammer was. And I think that they have brought the same amount, if not more, agency to PvP tanking, which is a huge bonus for me because I'm such a huge tank fan. Like, I just love... You know, there's so much difficulty with tanking in PvP MMOs, specifically in fantasy, because how do you force a player to attack you without taking away that player's agency? Like, that's not fun. So you want the tank to be able to tank, but you don't want the tank to be able to tank at the detriment of all the other players being able to do what they want to do with their characters. And so giving, you know, AoE slows and ways for the tank to sort of act as a debuffer, and you know, giving things like pushes and pulls that don't impose a huge amount of control over the enemy team, right? Like, I'm not forcing you to only use your regular attacks, and I'm not forcing you to only attack me, but I am at least repositioning you. And I think repositioning is a great way to provide a tank with a little bit of ability to impose themselves on the battlefield and sort of force people to affect them. And I'm really glad that they did that, because it makes things a lot of fun. Especially in small scale PvP, it's probably a little overpowered in small scale, just because you control such a high percentage of the battlefield when you even push one person out of the way, much less the fact that most of these skills are AoE, and so you can push a lot of characters out of the way. So it probably needs to be adjusted in some way, where I don't know if in PvP it can only affect a single person or something like that, because I imagine that a player who's actually good at using those skills in PvP is a fairly difficult force to overcome. For no other reason than they just make you do things you don't want to do. And we don't want that. We don't want people to feel like they don't have any control over their own character. That's not fun. Hey, we done.
It's overwhelming us.
Did we get our participation reward?
I can't believe how
We
far
did.
we've become.
We're up to 23 of these, just 17 left. 17 more world bosses and world events, and we can buy our lithograph.
Adventurers, help!
Things look grim.
We'll have to do a little research and see
Soul stone.
what lithograph we want, because I'm pretty sure it's for armor. Pretty sure you get an armor lithograph for it.
No choice. We'll help too.
Yeah. Yeah, all these are armor. They're all the heroic pieces. So like this one
Him's power
is probably pretty good.
now. Attack them with everything you have.
Max health and melee evasion. But I sort of have a chest piece in mind. What is... I wasn't going to wear the gloves of the set that I'm looking for. What do the gloves look like? Hit chance, magic evasion.
Your guards up. They will shoot,
Oh, here's some more gloves.
but we'll be ready for them.
Strength weaken chance, that's not terrible for me. Hit chance, stun chance, ooh. Heroic gauntlets. That might be worth. And that'll be really easy to build. That's kind of why I'm leaning towards the heroic sword as well. Is because these heroics are so much easier to get. Everything for them is a lot cheaper. So there are probably better items out there, but I'm going to try and play this game free to play. And not buy any Lucent. You know, I might spend some money on some skins or something, I don't know. But I don't want to buy Lucent, so I don't want to go into the cash shop or the auction house with money. And so I'm looking to try and build things as easily as possible. Weak. Oh hey, claim all those. Sure, why not? 270. But the heroic sword will be easy, and then heroic gauntlets will be easy. The armor set that I want is going to be extremely difficult, because I want this Storm Commander armor set. And you can see one of the pieces exists here. The Shock Commander, sorry, not Storm Commander. But I'm going to get this helmet, this chest, this leggings, and this boots, because they give you damage reduction and an extra 10% shield block. So I'm going to be up to 40-something% shield block. And then on top of that, you know, I have my other skill, this one, that gives me like another 20%. So I'll be rocking like 60 to 70% shield block on here, which is kind of ridiculous. So I'm pretty excited about that. We're going to take Immortal to a whole new place with our shield block chance. So what do we got? We have 32 more minutes until we get our bosses. We're gonna go do Talus. Yeah, I think I said Talus.
The power of darkness is getting stronger. Could it be the soul stone of Azrael's disciples?
Because this staff is insanely valuable. But suddenly couldn't talk. Let's see, Talus's crystalline staff. Let's go check that in the auction house real quick. Talus's staff. Maybe we just put crystalline staff in there. Did I spell crystalline wrong?
The power of darkness is getting stronger. Could it be the soul stone of Azrael's 4 disciples?
Ah, it has 2 L's in it. That's weird. That's really weird. That's definitely not how you spell that. At least I don't think so. Maybe it is. I'm bad at spelling. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So these are the full items here. They were crafted and they were great successes. So they can just be sold as full items. So if you get crit hit chance, you're in the money. But then let's go look down at miscellaneous at lithographs. Oh, there's no lithographs in here. Interesting.
Possessing the power of darkness are gathering around the soul stone.
And there's no extracts, so people are just buying the items themselves at this point. Nobody's selling the extracts. How many of these are being sold? 15 sold recently. That's kind of insane. 18, 14, 7, 14, 9. There's only 4 of them up. So honestly, these are probably the really excessively priced ones. They just aren't being purchased. But I mean, they've been sold for anywhere from $5,000 to $15,999. So that's crazy. Let's hope we get one of them. That'd make my whole build. And then some. Well, my whole blue. Not my whole purple. It would certainly help with the purples, though. It would make me probably change my mind and stop thinking about using the heroic sword and decide to go with something bigger, better. It was maybe a little more pricey. Still haven't changed my freaking... my freaking skill set to go to my PvE skill set. Because I'm a dope. Because I am a dope. Hey, blackened plate sabatons. What do we got? Max health, melee evasion, plus melee evasion. Yeah, them are pretty good. Stop it. Having a really hard time figuring out what button I wanted to hit there. Just gonna wait for my cooldowns real quick. of the same. I mean, at this particular juncture in the game, it's unlikely that we're going to be able to sell those boots. Or that the trait is going to have any value. Because, well, I don't know. We still haven't gotten our boots that we're going to keep. And if you use a green item to trait up a blue item, it has a 10% chance of success. So I could keep those boots because I am going to want melee evasion on whatever boots I end up keeping. And I could put those boots onto my blue boots when I get them. And just rock the 10% chance. Since I don't have the lithograph yet, I kind of want to put it on the lithograph. But if I don't do that and just wait to get another one for the lithograph, then I can maybe use these. So I guess I'll just hang on to them for a little while. See what happens. See how I'm feeling. We do have that boss coming up here in about a half hour. Very exciting. Owie. Pop. Why is this person all flashy? What's going on over there? You got a strobe light in their coat. Rare polished crystal. I've been getting a lot of those, which is good. You need a lot of them for making them gears. Need more water. I'm starting to flag a little bit here. Gotta whack myself in the face a little. Wake up. Let's go, Hermit. Can I get this guy over here? Nope, he's gonna get caught on the wall. What a bummer. Bop. Did I need that heal? Probably not. But I wanted to do it anyway. Let's get a moonstone. I'm into it. There's a gigantic moonstone. Gotta get that gold. Quality pure gold. There's a spectral wizard over here. Don't worry, buddy, I'm coming to help. Bap. Couple of wet noodles over here. 2 tanks beating on a wizard. Whee! I like teaming up with other tanks. Zap. Why you shoot me? Get over here. Whoops. You think you can just be shooting at me? Just standing over here under a tree taking pack shots? That I'm not gonna do something about that? I think you are grossly mistaken. A rare pure gold. Alright. That's what's up. let's go get these. Why? There's so many. Did you just die? What just happened? Oh, now I have this enemy here that's tied to them, so I'm not even gonna get any loot from it. Oh man, that's hilarious. That's flippin' hilarious. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Booyah. I wonder how important all of these gatherable resources are going to end up being. And whether or not I should have just been gathering every single one I see the entire time I've been playing. Normally that's kind of what I would just do by default. But I don't know, in this game it seems so understated. Like, you don't even really think about it while you're playing. But I really hope it's not, like, the most important thing in the game, or I'm gonna be dicked. Because I don't ever pick that crap up. Kind of busted that you can just stand up here shooting at stuff. I wonder if it loses health or if it just like starts regenning really fast. Because I never see anybody doing it, so there must be some sort of system involved. It's supposed to prevent you from being able to kill enemies that way. Wow, greatsword crossbow. I don't think I've ever seen anybody using greatsword crossbow. Although I don't usually know what the secondary weapon of the people I see using crossbow are. Mostly I'm just dying to it. get anything for that? Sad. So sad. We got 11 minutes. 11 minutes until the boss. I honestly don't even know where the Talus boss is. I should probably figure it out. Haven't even gone to fight this one yet.
The evil spirits possessing the power of darkness are gathering around the Soul Stone.
What happened to my brain just now? It left. I don't know what to do. I suddenly just stopped thinking at all. Alright, Talus, where are you at? The Raging Wilds. Is Talus not a level 50 boss? Because if Talus is not a level 50 boss, recommended level 41 to 42. Oh my goodness. My goodness. So, well, probably all the portals are going to be pretty full. If there's already this many people over here waiting. But still, that's some information to know right there. Definitely want to find the least populated portal I can for this one. Because if it's a level 41 to 42, I mean, Chernobog was 44. What level are these enemies? Golems are level 42? Yeah. So this guy's probably like level 47, maybe? Probably easily do this boss with a team of 6. Of course I say that and then I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna get like one shot by something. Maybe. We'll see. Ooh, guild stuff. Rewards. Yeah. We have any more guild contracts? We do. Still this stupid demonic conspiracy. I hate. Oh, we did a dynamic event. I have the Discord open. Nobody said anything about doing that. Last time I tried to do one of those events, nobody showed up. You just gotta tell me things and I'll happily go. I love guild stuff. We got 48 of these. It takes 100 of these to convert a trait on a purple, which is probably something we're going to want to do on... Honestly, I don't think I want either of these. What traits are available? Hit chance, crit hit chance, heavy attack chance, humanoid, health, collision. Yeah, so I want hit chance, health, and collision chance. Are the 3 that I want. Because I don't care about heavy attack. I don't even care about doing damage, like, at all. I want to stun, I want to move, I want to push. I got lots of collision moves. That's a big part of why I need so much cooldown reduction, is those moves are on pretty big timers. That's a 30-second timer there. That's a 17-second timer there. 18. I can get some cooldown reduction. What is my cooldown reduction looking like so far? Only plus 5%? Definitely need to be bumping that up as much as possible. My evasions and stuff aren't terribly high. This melee endurance is pretty good for being all in blue. But I definitely need to work on some evasions and some ranged endurance. All of my hit chances and stuff are pretty meh. But don't I have extra melee hit chance? I do. Let's look at my collision. Plus 15% buff duration, that's pretty good. And minus 3% debuff duration. I don't see anything in here about collision chance though. Weird. Oh my gosh, look at all these fools. Alright, let's step back a little bit here. Now, this person's got the right idea. Just kind of watch. Let's see. Come on, Talus. You can do it. You can do it. Looks like those back two over there are probably going to be the two emptiest. Looks like, actually, maybe this one closest to me. I didn't see a ton of people go in there, but the back left one's actually getting a lot of people. So either that far one or this close one. No, that far one's busy. That one's busy. Yeah, it's definitely going to be this close one, I think. Still so many people are going to be in here. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, this is the spot right here. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Only 4 of us in here so far? Just give me a couple more. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, we're gonna be alright. Let's try and get everybody in a party here. This guy's only level 44. Oh, okay, we got plenty. Dang it. Dang it. No, okay, now people can stop. I was a little worried a minute ago. But now there's too many. Hey, there's the guildie. This person definitely wants Talus Staff. This is definitely the one you want to be in, Darkest. Ugh, way too many people now. At least there's quite a few guildies in here. Maybe we'll get something. Here's hoping. Close the portal. Don't let any more in. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. No, there's so many. I hate it. I hate it. I thought we were only gonna have like one party worth of people in here. Makes me so sad. Now there's like 30.
Operation eliminate detestable humans.
I'm gonna come over here around to my allies so I can just drop a heal on them. I dropped a heal on them and then they immediately all moved. Gotta back up in case I need to see his mechanic. Oh, no, looks like we go in the middle. Interesting. So it's like a tank's best friend mechanic there. I'm always gonna be right on top of him. Okay, I don't know what just happened, but I didn't die to it, so that's fine. Yeah, he's really going after the DPSs. I don't have to worry about nothing. Oh, this is the one where you get the shield by connecting. Okay. Okay, I understand. And getting that shield, like, protects you. It seems like you just have to go over to one of those little things on the side and... Pretty easy, boss. Gonna beat him real quick. A little over 5 minutes. Hey, what's up, Boba Fetta? How you been? How is life, the universe, and everything? Dang. I didn't get squat. We got a rare Stalin decorated champion gauntlets. Those gauntlets suck. Bummer. Hey, we have to 24 of those though. Just 16 more and we get to buy a lithograph. Alright, well I hate to do it to you, Bubba Fetta. Busy as hell with work, Prismverse is terrible, only collecting some loot and weekly purifications. Yeah, I've been not playing for like 3 or 4 days now. Because until they fix the stuff with the map and make the crisis events last longer, so that you actually have time to go and react to those crisis events and have an actual fight, then that game mode just isn't really going to work out, which is unfortunate because I really like it. So, but yeah, I hate to do it to you, Bubba, but this is actually the end of the stream. We just hit the 8-hour mark and finished up our last boss. So I'm going to be logging off, but thanks for stopping by, and sorry we didn't get to chat some more. Thank you everybody who followed over on Twitch today. We got a lot of new followers. Anybody who subbed over on YouTube, thanks a lot. And thanks for everybody who was in the chat asking good questions, just keeping me engaged. Sometimes it's hard to think of things to say. So it really helps when people come in and, you know, say stuff or ask questions or anything like that, just to keep me conversational and keep me giving information. So thank you very much. And I will see you all tomorrow. We start every day at 11 a.m. Pacific time. So that's when I'll be getting on again tomorrow, barring any issues with my internet. So thanks a lot. I hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you tomorrow.